Okay. And second one. Okay. Okay. Try to catch up some ground today. Deals. I guess we're not really that late, but we had just a little bit of a Christmas thing that we had to do here in the classroom for the video for the school. So that we're getting that done, and now we can get started here. Okay. Looks like we're on slide 49. Let me get there. Okay. Before I get started, let me make sure after prayer that I do something. Okay, let's have a word of prayer. Lord, we thank you for another day that we can just be here, hear your word, hear your just the glory of you. And as we just get into our subjects, and even though we may not be talking about you, it is all surrounded around you because you are the creator. Help us today, Father, in the things that we do, just to be able to get things done that we need to, so that we can get things accomplished before our Christmas break and feel good and just enjoy the break without any homework or anything. Just bless us today, Father. Thank you in thy precious name. Amen. Okay, DLs. I passed out to the class today an index card. Can we just stop talking, Adrian, please? Okay, thank you. I passed out, and what they did on that card was wrote their name, obviously, and some things that they would like for or from their Secret Santa. Okay? So, here's what we need to do with you. I was thinking about this last night. What we need to do with you guys, you're invited to come, and we want you to come. But again, if you're hesitant about doing or prefer not to, that's fine also. But we need to know either way. So here's what I'd like you to do. I would like you to send me a text. If you're not telling me if you're not going to participate or if you are. If you are going to participate, then I need a list of maybe like 3 things that you would like to get from your Secret Santa, and then we'll put those on a card, put those in the hat with everybody else, and then we will pick, and then I'll let you know who got you and who, or no, I won't I'll let you know who you got, okay? So, what? Because they're part of this class, okay? So, anyway, so DLs, I do need you to send me that. Either way, telling me you're going to participate or telling me you're not going to participate. And then we can get things rolling for you also, okay? There's probably someone right there. Okay. Let me just check real quick. Okay. When you send me the text, go ahead and send me, if you're going to participate, go ahead and send me your list of items that you would like to do or like to get. And so that we can get the ball rolling on this and get everything picked no later than tomorrow, okay? So let me know, and we'll get things rolling. But good to see everybody on the chat. Those that have signed in, some haven't quite yet done it, but that's good. That's okay. We'll do it. Okay. This is where we were going to pick up from yesterday's lesson. And you guys don't have it up there yet. Okay, the second question in regards to this. is, what could be an ultimate cause of a bitter attitude? Now, we've been talking about the teenager's role in the home. We were talking yesterday about different things in regards to why teenagers are displeased with their parents' rules or decisions, let's put it that way. And so, a second part to this, guys, stop. What could be the ultimate cause of any bitter attitude that a teenager would have towards their parents or any authority figures in that regards? Okay?
Why do we have to know the cause? Why
Can't we just talk about it instead of having to why this, why that? Can't we just talk about it? This is part, Amethyst, this is part of the lesson. You don't need to know the whys and the no's and the ins and outs. Just follow along, please. Sophia.
Sometimes something can happen at school where they just had a bad experience with one adult, so then they reflect it on top of their adult.
Okay, could be. Anything else? Okay. It does boil down to this, though. A failure to understand or an unwillingness to accept the prescribed order. And we've been kind of hinting at this, that maybe the problem that why there's bitter attitude. I'm not talking about why there is disagreement. There's always going to be disagreements. Okay? But acceptance of the guidelines comes down to this. A failure to understand or an unwillingness to accept this prescribed order of God, from God, of chain of command in the home. Okay? Should parents listen to their kids? Yes, I agree with that. I'm a parent. Okay? So I listened to my kids, okay? But you got to realize that your parents have the ultimate decision, okay? And you may not totally agree with that decision. But because of the respect, because of the order of authority, you need to respect that. You need to follow that, okay? You may not know the reasons why, okay? You may not agree with the reasons why, okay? But you need to follow them because that's what's prescribed for us, okay? If we could take it a little step further, get out of the home idea. If you ever want to get a job, you are going to be under that owner's authority, okay? Or that supervisor's authority. And if you can't listen to authority now and obey it, it is going to be majorly tough for you in the workforce, okay? And so I'm just saying, you need to get some sense of acceptance to the guidelines that are set before you. So let's, in my lesson, let's look at God's chain of command. It starts with the revelation of God's chain. Okay? In 1 Corinthians 11:3, says, "But I would have you to know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of every woman is man, And the head of Christ is God, prescribed by God. Ephesians 6:1-2, we've read these verses. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise. So, and we kind of hit it, we did this at the very beginning also in your notes, that the proper chain of command is God, then Christ, then the father, then the mother, and then the children. Okay, so that's the revelation. That's what God has prescribed. That's what God has put down as our reference. Our reaction to God's chain of command. Well, it starts here. The results of obedience. First of all, you got love. When a teen sees the authorities in his life as a gift from God, then they can relate to them in love. Everything's going back to the ultimate beginning, and that's God. If we can see God's purpose or God's reason for this, then we can love. Okay? I'm not saying agree, because there will be disagreements. But you can disagree and still love at the same time. Submission. In faith and obedience to God, the teen submits in love. Even though you disagree, submit to the rules. Submit to the guidelines. If you can do these, then the third, joy, is going to come in. The trusting submission to God's will result in joy. Having a joyful heart. Having not a bitterness going on all the time. Enjoying what's going on there. Making or allowing people around you to enjoy being with you because you've loved, you've submitted. Okay? Amethyst, that's enough. Okay? Tired of the negative comments. I don't want to hear any more. Period. Okay?
Yeah, whatever.
No, it's not whatever. It's what I just said.
Yeah,
Okay?
whatever.
Amethyst, go up to the office.
Oh my God, I didn't even do anything.
I'm not going to argue with you. Go to the office, please.
Okay, have a good life.
Hey, Teresa. Sorry to bother you. Amethyst is heading up to the office because she just got kicked out of class. I don't know if Theo's up there or anybody, but I just wanted to let you know why she's coming up. Okay? And I'll talk to Theo here in a little bit. If he's there, let him know. Just because she wouldn't basically keep her negative comments about the topic that we're talking about here. Okay? So, okay. Thanks. Bye. Okay, where are we at? Having joy. Love happens. Submission's going to happen because you've got the love. Joy is going to happen because you've put love and you are submitting to authority. You are going to have a joyful heart, a joyful life. If you're having these three, then peace is going to be developing in your life. Okay? The fruit is going to come because of this. Okay? And then if you've got peace, there's going to be harmony, because all the parts of the chain are working together. And if all the pieces are working together, then there's going to be progress. Fruit comes as each part functions as God designed. Okay? God put this all into a frame of reference. And he's established it. And if he wouldn't have put it this way, then if God didn't know that this would work, he wouldn't have put it this way, is what I'm trying to say. Okay? So, our reaction, the results of obedience. Well, let's go the other way. The results of disobedience. You get bitterness. When a teen disbelieves that authorities are a loving gift from God, he then becomes bitter at them. And it all's coming back to the thought of, are you accepting authority? Are you submitting to authority? If you're getting if you're getting bitterness, then you're going to get rebellion. The bitterness led to inward and sometimes outward rebellion. The old phrase, we can agree to disagree. Okay? But you still have to submit. If you got bitterness, you're going to have rebellion. And if you've got those, then you're going to suffer. You're going to suffer somehow. Okay? No specifics in this, but the suffering's going to come because of the rebellion. The rebellion's going to come because of the bitterness. Okay? Which leads to conflict. The conflict is when people are fighting against each other to get their own will established. And then we're going to have disharmony because nothing is working properly. The family has trouble working together. Often there's not even a desire to spend time together because of the top four, the first four ideas. Okay? And then our sixth result is obviously that problems occur. Instead of growth, there's that frustration, there's that failure, and then problem upon problem. So what is God's will for your life? It requires submission. Submission prepares you for the future. Again, you may not agree, but submitting to it will lead you for your future, whatever that is. Who knows? College, you got teachers, you got administration. Adequately learn submission and discipline in the home. Going to college will not get a person out of the necessity to obey rules. You still have to submit to authority. Okay? In a marriage, you have to respect. You have to submit to the needs of your spouse. The whole marriage structure involves continual sacrifice and submission of both spouses to each other. The husband and the wife must live for each other rather than for themselves. It's a joined union. Your vocation, the boss. Even if a person gets out from underneath his parents' authority, he will always be under some authority. As an employee, he'll always have a boss or a supervisor. Even if you're self-employed, you'll have many bosses because those many bosses are your clients. Okay? And so you are wanting to please all of them. Number 4, the service. That's God and the needs of others. I'm moving a little quickly because I'd like to get finished with this today if we can. Romans 10:9, that if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. A person must be willing to submit to Christ as Lord. So those who have not learned the obedience, submission in their homes, have the greatest difficulty bowing to the will of God. Rebellion against God will be evidenced by the unwillingness to submit to parents in the home, bosses in the job, police in the street, spouses in the marriage. It'll result in proper fulfillment of other individual responsibilities and relationship in all other areas of life. It's your choice. The places you are at odds with in the world's philosophy. Isaiah 55, 8-9 states, For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. Obviously, the world doesn't think as God thinks, and the world does not naturally think God's thoughts. So you're going to try and think God's thoughts, you're going to try and think the world's thoughts. So it places everyone on the same level. This is the world's philosophy. Students are equal with teachers, administrators, because they so-called have the right. Okay? But the authority, submission, has to come in. It's inspired by Satan, obviously. Okay? Isaiah 14, 12-14. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. So Satan tried to put himself above God, above that authority. And that's, what happened. Okay? Well, the world rejects submission. In college, students run the administration because they think they're equal with the rulers, the authority. In marriage, no leadership. That's why we have a lot of divorce going on. Vocation. It's labor-run management. Man serves himself in all that realm. Thank you for your attention. Tomorrow you have verse quiz, Proverbs 11:30. And then we'll also have quiz worksheet number 10 handed out tomorrow. Okay? sorry for the disruption. But anyway, you have this. Hopefully, I know I went fast, quite a little fast in that last one. But hopefully you got everything down that you need to, okay? Again, let me know if you want to participate, and then let me know what you would like to receive from that Secret Santa, okay? Now, it will be either boy or girl, so it's a unisex situation. So think of it from that perspective too, okay? Have a good day. We'll see you at Science. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. Class, I'm sorry.
All right. Page 103 in your literature books. For those of you on distant learning, please comment that you're here. For those of you in class, go ahead and turn to page 103. We're going to talk about Excelsior. Okay, this was written by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Obviously, he's one of the most famous writers that we study and we know. Excelsior, okay? So this story, or this poem, it's basically about a youth. We see that in the beginning, in the first paragraph. This youth, he was trying to find Excelsior. He was trying to go higher, and he wasn't settling for a mediocre life or some mediocre place in his life. Okay, so that was the story of Excelsior. A youth represents someone who strives for his goal regardless of those who doubt him. That's kind of what he was doing in this story. It says, the shades of night were falling fast, as through an alpine village passed a youth, who bore, mid snow and ice, a banner with a strange device. Excelsior. Okay, so this youth, he's trudging through the alpine snow. Obviously, it's cold in the Swiss Alps. Okay, the alpine village, basically, obviously in Europe. He bore this banner with this strange device, and device means kind of like an emblematic design with a motto that gives the ambition of the person to whom it belongs. So it's basically saying this was his life's motto, this was his goal. It was Excelsior. And Excelsior means Latin for still higher or ever upward. Okay, so we see his intense purpose throughout this work to reach the utmost heights. And while he's passing through this alpine village, he kind of meets people who discourage him from trying to reach this goal. Okay, it just describes the youth in the beginning. His brow was sad, his eye beneath flashed like a falchion from its sheath, like a silver clarion. He's basically just describing him. While he's in the town, it says, in happy homes he saw the light. We're in the third paragraph. In happy homes he saw the light of household fire gleam warm and bright. Above the spectral, which is of or resembling a phantom or apparition, he says, above the spectral glacier shone, and from his lips escaped a groan, Excelsior. Okay? Then we see people who discourage him. Try not to pass. There was an old man. Dark lowers the tempest overhead. The roaring torrent is deep and wide. And loud that clarion voice replied, Excelsior. So this old man, he's saying, beware of the storm that's coming. Amethyst, please sit up. Okay. He says, beware the storm that's coming in. Take your hood off. And in the lines, 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth paragraph, then there's a maiden, okay? And she says, oh, stay and rest thy weary head upon this breast. A tear stood in his bright blue eye. Basically, a woman says, like, she admits that she loves him. And even then, he says, but still he answered with a sigh, Excelsior, okay, with a tear in his eye. Obviously, it was painful for him to leave her. She falls in love with him, and he falls in love with her. Okay, then there's the sixth paragraph. Beware the pine tree's withered branch. Beware the awful avalanche. And then this was the peasant's last good night. So the old man, he said, beware the storm. The maiden, she said, come back, be with me. But then he still goes on. The peasant said, there's an avalanche coming. All these people are warning him about, they're trying to discourage him about this journey. The next day, it says, at break of day, as heavenward the pious monks of St. Bernard uttered the oft-repeated prayer, and monks were praying for him, okay, a voice cried through the startled air, Excelsior, throughout all this time, Adrian and Isaac. Okay, stop. Okay, at break of day, as heavenward the pious monks of St. Bernard uttered the oft-repeated prayer, a voice cried through the startled air, Excelsior. Then it's talking about this traveler. He was by faithful hound, half buried in the snow was found, still grasping in his hand of ice that banner with the strange device, Excelsior. There in the twilight, cold and gray, lifeless but beautiful he lay, and from the sky, serene and far, a voice fell like a falling star, Excelsior. So, obviously, he died trying. A traveler was found in the ice, but he was still gripping onto his motto, Excelsior. He was trying to go higher in his life or to reach a goal, and he died trying that. And in the last paragraph, he never reached Excelsior on earth, obviously, because he was found dead, but this poem kind of alludes to the fact that he may have found it in heaven when it says, and from the sky, serene and far, a voice fell like the falling star, Excelsior. So that's the story of Excelsior. We can kind of apply this to our lives in the fact that we need to strive for something higher in life rather than being content with where and what we are at the present time. That's kind of the theme for this work, and I've already put it on the board for you guys, so you can either start that in your notes or write it down, or write it in your notes or write it in your book is what I mean. So obviously Excelsior is kind of a story of, or a lesson that we can learn from this man. He had a goal of reaching higher heights, okay? Maybe in life you want to have a goal of becoming something, and then along the way people will discourage you. Obviously, if it's within reason, your parents, they'll cancel you, all this other stuff. But some people, there's going to be haters along the way in your life, right? So it's up to you to continue on towards your goals, or this man, he died trying. So that's just kind of a lesson that we can learn, okay? I assigned the Great Stone Face on Tuesday. Just continue to read. If you haven't finished the story yet, finish the story tonight. Okay, that's your homework, is to finish the story of the Great Stone Face. And like I told you, it's pages 105 to 115. It's a long story, okay? So you need to make sure that you finish it, all right? All right? Go ahead and close your book and take it. Sorry? We have a review quiz on Monday, okay? So we'll discuss the Great Stone Face tomorrow, review pages, review these pages, and then we'll have a review quiz on Monday, okay? So we'll review tomorrow, but make sure you finish the Great Stone Face, okay? It was written by Nathaniel Hawthorne. We'll discuss the theme and the story tomorrow. Okay, go ahead and put your literature books away, okay? Tonight for spelling, you are to, we'll go over that in a second. I know you have something. It's either write your 4B words twice or your roots, prefixes, and your suffixes. But I'll look at it in a second, okay? Go ahead and take out your grammar books. Yesterday we talked about principal parts. We talked about different tenses of a verb, okay? On to page number 90, okay, page number 90. We did exercise A, okay. Sorry, we didn't talk about parts of a verb. We talked about the correct form as well. Okay, so let's look at exercise B, okay. So remember, don't confuse past with past participles. There are different types of verbs, irregular and regular. All verbs are classified as that. So there's obviously your present participle, your past participle forms of your verb. Okay, so yesterday we also talked about the correct form of them in exercise A. Okay, so let's do exercise B. You should have done that. I didn't assign it. Okay, exercise B, we did 1 through 6. Let's do 7 through 15. Okay, look at number 7. That's on page number 91, okay? Sir Edmund Hillary, you guys can go ahead and work on this ahead in your book. I'll give you a few minutes to work on 7 through 15. Remember, you're crossing out the incorrect verb form and correcting it above the word, okay? Crossing out the incorrect form of the verb, writing it above. Adrian, give me number 7. Good. Number 7 was wrote to written. Clomb to climbed. Good. Okay. Sir Edmund Hillary has written a book in which he describes how he climbed to the top of Mount Everest. Hang on, Mrs. Carr is calling me. Hey, Mr. Brown. Oh. No worries. Okay. Hello? Hi, Mrs. Carr. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. All right, so let's do number 8. The illiteracy rate has not shrank as a result of modern educational practices, but rather it has grown. Isaac, number 8. Mm-hmm. Growed to grown with an N. Good. Okay, number 9. Adam knowed what was right and wrong, but he chosen the wrong. Sophia, what's number 9? Mm-hmm. Sorry? Chosen to what? Not choose, but he choose the wrong? Not have, but he have chosen the wrong? Who can help her out? Isaac? Chose, okay? Adam knew what was right and wrong, but he chose the wrong. Now, you said choose. Sorry. Okay. Number 10, after the Heracleon had sank in the Aegean Sea, it was determined that over 200 people had drowned. Ricky, what's number 10? Good. What was it? Okay, that says drowned, but then what would I change it to? Drowned with an ED. Good. Okay. Sank to sunk, drowned to drowned. Number 11, I have drove to Florida before, but I have never flew. Maya, what do I change there? Good. Flew to flown, drove to driven. I have driven to Florida before, but I have never flown. Number 12, when the seaman discovered that the ship had sprang a leak, he rung the alarm. Jesse, what do I change in number 12? Good. Sprang to sprung, rung to rang. The wind blowed the light poles down and busted the lights. Doug, what do I change in there? Mm-hmm. Not bursted. Okay, that would work, but you could also say broke. Okay. Number 14, the skier has fell and broke several bones. Derek? Good. There's one more. Broken. Good. Okay, broke. Okay, the skier has fallen and broken several bones. Okay, so the helper verb of has is kind of going to both fallen and broken. That's why we would do broken. Okay, has fallen, has broken. While in Canada, I seen a bay that was completely froze over. Amethyst, can you do number 15? Good. Seen to saw, froze to frozen. Okay, go ahead and work on exercise C. Exercise C. Fill in the blanks with the correct form of the verbs in the parentheses. Exercise C. Okay, so they're giving you the verb form on the end. You need to change that and make sure that it's the correct form. So number 1, Beat is your verb. Number 2, begin. So all the ones in parentheses is what you're changing, okay? Okay, who has number 1? Let's go with Lena. The sophomore class has blanked the freshman class several times in soccer. Beaten. Good. Number 1 was beaten. Number 2, Christ blanked his public ministry in Cana of Galilee. Gabby? Began. Good. Number 3, the travelers who blanked on the pilgrimage to Canterbury were each to tell 4 stories. Okay, your verb is go. Okay, Avery, what do I put for number 3? Went. The travelers who went. Okay, number 4, the skies have blank, unusually dark this afternoon. My verb is grow. What's the correct form, Jaden? Grown with an N. The skies have grown. Number 5, my verb is ate. Hailstones, 5, my verb is fall. Hailstones blank and destroy the crops of the Egyptians. Let's go back over to, what is that paper? Come put it on the desk. Isaac, what's number 5? Fell. Hailstones fell and destroyed the crops of the Egyptians. Okay. Number 6, have all of you already blank lunch? Adrian? Mm-hmm. Would you say et? Eaten. Okay, number 7. We are not in the dark concerning the truth because God has blanked to us by his word. My verb is speak. What's the correct form of speak, Ricky? Has spoken. Good. Okay, number 8. On the first Palm Sunday, Christ blank into Jerusalem on a colt. Okay, my verb is ride. What's the correct form of ride, Sophia? Rode. Good. What's your question, Ricky? No idea. You'll probably have to look in your Bible for that question, okay? Number 9, stormy winds blank the Mayflower off its original course. Maya, what's number 9? Blue. Okay, number 9, the stormy winds blew the Mayflower. And then number 10, by the end of October, all the swallows have blank away from San Juan Capistrano. My verb is fly. What's the correct form, class? Flown. Have flown. All the swallows have flown. Good. Okay. Okay, let's just look through these. Everyone should be working on it. Exercise D. Okay, exercise D. Okay, you don't need to write sentences using the correct form of the verb, but what would be the past of break? Who knows? Past of break. Amy? Not broken. Okay. Past of broken would be included with the helper verb. So that would have been past participle. Okay, so just the past of break. Yesterday, I blanked my pencil. Broke, okay? That is the past of break, which is broke. Number 2, the past of burst. This one's kind of tricky, okay? What's the past of burst? Okay. This one would actually be burst still, okay? Not bust. That's not the correct form. Okay, look at on page number 89, okay? Page number 89, this is an irregular verb, all right? So it's on the left-hand column. It's about 5 down, okay? Says, or no, 5 or like 7 down, okay? Your present is burst, okay? So you can say the balloon burst, all right? That could be present. Then you can say, yesterday the balloon burst, all right? You wouldn't say bursted. You would just say burst, okay? Let's do number 3, the past of go. Doug? Not gone. Went, okay? The past of go is went. What's the past of grow, Derek? Not grown. Would you say, yesterday I grown these? Grew, okay? Yesterday I grew these. Grew is the past. Grown would be the past participle, and that would have to be included with a helper verb. Okay, number 5, the past of lead. Jaden? Led. Good. L-E-D. Number 6, past participle of run. Lena? Not ran. That would be the past. Past participle. So, in order to practice past participles, you can put have this. Okay? Have, has, or had, and then the past participle of it. Okay? So, number 6 would be had or have or has run. Has run. Okay? Number 7, Gabby, past participle of see. Have seen with an N. Good. Okay, my past would be saw. My past participle would be seen, had seen. Okay, number 8, past participle of shine, Avery. Have shown. Okay, shown would be my past participle. Okay, number 9, the past participle of take, Jesse. Has taken or have taken. Good. And then the past participle of thrown, class. Have thrown. All right, good job. Okay, so tomorrow we will have a quiz over pages 86 to 90. So what we just went over, principal parts. Okay, so look at your irregular form of your verbs. Okay, so that's on page 89. Okay, it's on the board, yes. So then also verbs from verbals, all right? So let's review verbs from verbals, okay? What can be used as only a noun and it ends in ing, class? Gerund, okay? A gerund can only be used as a noun. It only ends in ing, and I'll probably leave these on the board for your quiz tomorrow, okay? What is a verb form that is only used as an adjective? It can end in dentiting. It is a participle, okay? Adrian, tell me what an infinitive is. How do I recognize an infinitive? Look in your book. It's on page number 86. Good. So how do I recognize it? So if a gerund ends only in ing and it's functioning as a noun, a participle can be functioning as an adjective. How do I know what an infinitive looks like? Plus? Is it just to? Plus a verb, okay? The verb to plus a verb, okay? The verb is very important in an infinitive because if there's no verb, it would only be a preposition, okay? So to walk, to run, to write, okay? Any verb has to be with the word to, okay? So make sure that you guys know the differences between those. Remember, participles, they describe things. Obviously, those are adjectives. They describe nouns and pronouns, okay? So it's saying which one, okay? Which person? It's the person working rapidly, okay? In your example, look at number 2 or the second example. The poor horse, ridden to exhaustion, could barely stand. Ridden ends in en. It's one of your words there. It's describing a horse. It's saying which horse? It's the horse ridden to exhaustion, okay? They were trapped in an abandoned mine. It's saying which mine? It's the abandoned mine, okay? Gerunds, they function as nouns. So obviously they don't describe things, okay? They function as subjects. They can function as a complement. They can be in a positive explaining the subject. Hey, we haven't gone over those like appositives or anything like that, but they function as something, okay? They don't describe. So for your example, jogging is a popular exercise, okay? Is my actual verb. Jogging is my subject. Notice how jogging ends in ing, therefore it is a gerund, okay? So make sure you guys watch the differences between a gerund and a participle. Okay, go ahead and take out your vocab. Okay, take out your vocab really quick. Lee, turn to your list 4B. Your list 4B. Okay, list 4B. This one is depicting your rule number 3. Okay, so our rule number 3 for keys to good spelling is for words ending in Y preceded by a consonant, change the Y to an I before all suffixes except those beginning with an I. So you're changing your Y to an I if there is a consonant before the Y. Okay, so if there's a vowel before the Y, you keep the Y. Okay, yes, Amethyst. I haven't checked it yet, no. Okay, so I'll probably check it before 4B because it's before the quiz on 4B, okay? So, alleys. Okay, notice how the Y in number 1, okay, there is an E before the Y. Okay, so I would keep the Y. That's why you don't change the Y to an I. Okay, the number 2, allies. Okay, so I'm adding, notice how your root word would be the word ally, A-L-L-Y. If I'm adding the E-S to the end, notice how the I is changed from the Y. So Y is changed to an I, then you add the E-S. Okay, those are the differences between 1 and 2. Okay, same thing with armies. Okay, I would change the Y to an I because there's no vowel before the Y in army. Okay, so then number 6, notice how there's the O before the Y. There's a vowel before the Y. I would keep the Y. Okay, so that's why you wouldn't change the Y to an I. So make sure that you remember that rule when you're studying list 4B. Okay, and then this week we are practicing our synonyms. So like I said, that is exercise B. That was for extra credit. Okay, so look over at page number 37. Okay, page number 37, your word analysis. Okay, let's do this really quickly. Okay, word analysis. Prefixes, we have apo, which is what, class? Away from or from. What is you? EU. Good or well. Miss, number 1. Good, badly or wrongly. And then miss, number 2. Hater or hatred. So know the differences between 1 and 2, okay? I know that that might be confusing, but obviously miss means different things when it's used with different words. So that's why it has miss 1 and miss 2. Okay, let's look at our roots. What does auto mean? Self. Okay, you can think of obviously an automatic transmission. Automatic, you don't need to change gears or anything. Male or mal. Okay. Bad or evil. We kind of saw this in one of our words, malevolent. Okay, malevolent means wishing evil. So bad or evil is male or mal. What does nomen, nomen, or nom mean? Name. That side of the class needs to participate. So Adrian, Isaac, Ricky, Sophia, Maya, I need to hear you guys. Okay, what does spec, spect, or spic mean? Good. Let's look at our suffixes. AL, AN1, or ANE? Like pertaining to, AN2. One who. Okay, ENT number 1. One who, that which, and then ENT number 2. Good. Okay, let's look at misnomer. Okay, misnomer. What is my prefix with miss number 1? Badly or wrongly. What's my root word? Nom. Name. Okay, so then ER, we kind of already learned this one, but who remembers what ER means? Good. Avery got it. One who, that which. Gabby, sorry, I thought that was Avery. One who, that which. So who knows? Badly, wrongly, name, One who, that which. Sorry? Okay, so misnomer, this one would be that which names wrongly. Okay? That which names wrongly. Okay? Euphonic, what does EU stand for? Good or well. What is fawn? Okay. Clearly, Gabby worked on this before. Okay, so fawn, you would have to look that up. Your root word, that's on the very back page. Good, sound or voice. Okay, what is I see? My suffix, that's also on the back page. I see. It is like pertaining to, okay? This one, who can tell me what this one is? Good, pertaining to a good sound. Pertaining to good sound. Okay? Everyone look on your back page, or your front page actually, for your prefix. What does per mean? Hang on, Gabby. Obviously, we're not all there yet. Okay? Through thoroughly. Okay, then we have spick. Okay, what's at the top in your root words, guys? To look, to see. And then ity is a suffix on the back page. Okay, state, quality, active. Okay. Perspicuity. Okay. What was it? Or the quality of being seen through. Okay? Quality of being seen through. Okay, tonight for homework, do your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes twice. Okay, roots, prefixes, and suffixes twice tonight for homework. Okay, are there any questions about the homework tonight? Remember, continue reading through The Great Stone Face. Continue and finish that story tonight. You have a quiz and grammar tomorrow. No homework and grammar tonight, just review, look through what verbals and verbals are, study the differences between those. The quality of being seen through. Okay? Awesome. You guys are dismissed.
Okay, welcome Discipline Learners. Make sure you throw your name in the chat. Okay, hopefully you guys are doing well. Ricky, find your seat. Isaac, be quiet. Okay, we're going to have some announcements after I pray, and then we're going to jump right into the notes. If anyone missed any notes, remember after class you can ask me to fill those in, but let's move quickly so I can give you the homework and we can finish it in class today. Okay, there also is going to be a quiz tomorrow, so we have to review that at the end as well, so we need to get through these notes. Am I for real? Like what? Okay, let's try not to talk too much today. Control yourself, please, because that really slows the class down with that. All right, but before we start, any prayer requests? Any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am, Sophia. Okay, so pray for Sophia's dad and his situation. Okay, help him with that, protect him with it, give him strength and wisdom. Any other prayer requests? Gabby, shh. No more talking. Any other prayer requests? Okay, none. We'll pray, and then we'll have some announcements real quick, and we'll start. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for all the students that are here, Lord, the health and recovery you've given to a lot of us. Please help those at home, Lord, as maybe they're still sick, or maybe they're getting through it, or maybe they're just waiting it out, making sure everything is fine. We kind of knew a situation like this was going to happen sooner or later, Lord, but thankfully it wasn't too bad. No one got it too bad. Please help everyone finishing out this semester strong in class, with their grades, with anything going on as well. Please help those on sports teams, Lord, as I know it's been a little tough. Things have been canceled, Lord, but to give them and remind them that we'll still have it next semester, Lord. Keep them focused and working hard on their own. Please bless all these kids, Lord. Please help some special prayer requests we lift up to you. Please help Sophia's dad, Lord, with the situation he's in. Please give him wisdom and strength through the trial he's going through. Please bless the family, Lord, and give him courage and peace through you. Show yourself to him during this time. Also, please help anyone that might have an unspoken, Lord. As you all know all of our thoughts and needs, please help them through that, certainly through this season. Please bless this class as we finish up some notes and have a quiz tomorrow. And then next week, as it's the last week of this semester. Please allow us to have a great day today. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, some announcements today before we start. Okay, for our Christmas party, I'm sure some announcements have already been made. Okay, but I'm just either adding to it or repeating it, so it's okay. Yes. Okay, so next Friday is a half day. Okay, it is going to be kind of like a party day, but not like we've had in the past years. It obviously is going to have to be a little bit different. Okay, you guys will have to stay in your classroom. We can't go to other classrooms and hang out with other people. Okay, but with that, okay, we're allowed to bring games, okay, with the supervision of your teacher. If it's a game that we don't like or think it's bad, we will say no or take it. Okay, shh, listen, ask a question in a little bit. Okay, yes, you are also, if you get it approved, I believe Isaac got it approved, he's bringing his Xbox, okay, but a few rules with that. Okay, it needs to be shared under the discretion of the owner. Okay, so Isaac, please help me out with that. Be fair with that. Okay, if there's a game that we might think is questionable, again, just say, okay, we'll put it away. Anyone else can also bring something. So if you want to bring a Nintendo Switch, shh. Yes, so you have to ask me first or ask Mr. S first. Okay, get permission for that. I have to ask the younger Mr. S to make sure it's okay that we split the TVs, because right now, obviously, they're mirrored. So we don't mess up any system with that. So that's allowed as of right now. For food, okay, again, I don't know what you guys know as of right now, but we are bringing in $5 each. Okay, what that's going to cover is about 4 slices of pizza. Okay, that's going to cover a soda, ice cream, and possibly chips. Okay, that $5, instead of doing like, hey, $1 each slice you want, or 50 cents a soda, which they've done in previous years, I heard. Okay, we're just in a bundle package. All right, so you'll get like 4, maybe more slices if there's extra, some ice cream, some soda. Okay, for other snacks you'd like to bring, you can bring anything that's packaged or store-bought. Okay, you can't bring anything from home. Okay, so home cooked, home snacks, nothing like that. Yes, sir? No TVs. You could bring your Xbox. We're not bringing extra TVs. No, I know. But they don't want us to bring extra TVs because they don't want it to get broken. That's why. I'm sure you don't care. But we're not going to. I might be in here if you guys want me to some of the day. So I'm going to talk to all the classes if you guys want me in there. I don't know yet. As of right now, it's probably going to be Mr. Brown since he's your Bible teacher. In the beginning of the day, that's why I'm asking. We'll talk about it. If you want me more or you want me some during that day, just let me know because I'm going to try to rotate best I can. Okay, so if we have like card games, you can bring those as well, but they have to get approved. Okay, we can't play any card games. You got to get those approved. Yes, sir, Doug. Shh, amethyst. Okay, we don't use that kind of language. You know that. You know better than that. Okay, but you're not going to use it. Certainly not when I'm in here. Yes, sir, Doug. I can ask Mr. S for you. Probably you'll be fine with that. Yes, sir. Next week, Friday. The last day of school is, I believe it's the 18th. My dad's birthday. And the day I'm flying to Michigan after school. Yes, sir. Any other questions with that? Yes, sir. Probably not, but I can ask. Maybe you can do like, I know you can play just yourselves, that kind of stuff. That you can take off swearing and stuff. I know. I've played it. I know. Again, I'll ask. No promises. It will be passed. Games I know you can play. Here you go. Okay, I know you can play sports games, racing games. Shh, Derek and Doug. Okay, you can play sports games, racing games, stuff like Mario, Super Smash Bros, Mario Kart. That is a sports game, so be quiet. As of right now, no. I'll ask if maybe we can have a casual day that day. I'll ask. Okay, but as of right now, no. I'll ask. No promises on that one, though. Okay, any other questions? So then we can begin. We got some stuff to get through. Shh. Derek, Doug, if we don't have a question, we're not talking. No other questions? Yes, sir. Do not ask about 2K again. I will have Isaac smack you. Yes, sir. No, you won't.
Smack him. Hit him. He said 2K.
We're not supposed to lie, Rick. We're not supposed to lie. All right, here we go. Shh. No, it's fine. Okay, we're going to begin. Distant learners. Oh, last thing. I almost forgot. Okay, we are, if you guys would like to, Mr. S would like us to do it. Obviously, I'm sure some people are like, I don't want to do this or I can't do this. Okay, so try to have the best attitude we can. This is a fun day for us. You guys might have like a Bible quiz and then we're done. That's it. I know juniors and seniors, we're going to have our Bible quiz and then we're done for the day for classes. All right, so please, yeah, it's supposed to be a fun day for you guys, but you could ruin it for yourselves. Okay, so let's have fun with that. The last thing is, I think they've done it before. You guys have been long here. Most of you have been here longer than I have. Kind of like a Secret Santa type thing. So I don't know how they said you're doing it, but just there you go.
We're doing ours in our classroom or 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's just in the classroom. All of them I knew were like that. No higher than $10, like $5 to $10 I think they're asking. Everyone participate. Another I don't know if Mr. Brown's, I'm sure, the one that announced most of it. Make sure you try to bring it in, even if it's a day early, because we don't want to show up that day and then one person be, oh, I forgot my gift. You know what I'm saying? So try to bring it like Wednesday or even Thursday. We'll keep it in here, lock it away or whatever, and then have them there. Are you guys doing it where like you draw names or just everyone's bringing one?
We all have like our index card when we were old.
All right, there you go. So that's good. Okay, good. You guys have a system. Yes, sir. What do I want? I want a lot of things. They're kind of more expensive this year, so money. Yes, ma'am.
If I don't put my name into the Secret Santa, does that mean that I don't have to get one out either?
I think Mr. S, the older one, wants everyone to participate. So, I mean, I could ask, but I know he's going to say he wants you to. And I know Jen would want you to, or Miss Jen would want you to, Miss Collab. Exactly. So we're going to try to accommodate to that again. Okay, with that to work, because I'm not a big Secret Santa guy, I won't lie, because I've been done dirty twice. And they were nicer gifts. I got a nice gift, and 1 year I got a bag of chips from someone, and 1 year I got a card with nothing in it when I bought them like $50 gift. Okay, so shh. No, I got a bag of hot Cheetos, which I like. I was grateful, but I felt robbed. Felt robbed a little bit. Okay, people were getting Vans and T-shirts and sweaters, and I got hot Cheetos. And then the next year I did it. I was being optimistic, and Mrs. Cora wanted me to do it, and then I got just a card saying, you're such a great person. That's all I got. All right, shh. Okay, shh. But with the Secret Santa, for it to work, okay, everyone has to participate. Shh. Listen, okay, this is more to guys. Girls usually do a pretty good job on this. Okay, guys, for this to work, Okay, you guys have to get a nice gift as well. Don't get a stupid gift. Don't be cheap. $5 to $10, get a good gift. If that just means you get a $5 or $10 gift card to Starbucks, then get a $10 gift card to Starbucks. All right, gift cards are a great gift. Okay, it's easy. They're easy. People like them. They can use them. Okay, Adrian, listen. Guys, this is more to you because I'm like this too, certainly when I was younger. Don't be cheap. Okay, be in the rules. Maybe try to get a universal gift that would apply. Again, gift cards I think are the best gift for these kind of things. Okay, they work the best. No one's usually mad. Get a gift card or Visa card or Starbucks gift card. Everyone loves, or most people love Starbucks, certainly girls. So that works. Any questions on that?
What if like let's say Adrian? Can I just get him like a big bag of horse care?
No, that's why you have to get like a universal gift because you don't know who you're getting as of right now, right?
Bro, we're gonna draw names.
When are you drawing names? When?
I don't know.
Oh, today. You're doing it today. So you know who you're getting it for, so that's even easier. You know who you're getting it for? Yeah, she said that. Okay, so do that. Distant learners, you as well. Okay, if you know you're going to be here next week for that party or you want to participate, okay, you can. Just make sure you tell me or Mr. Brown. We'll get your name in that drawing. Just turn in that gift a couple days early so we can get your gift in there as well, and then we'll collect your gift. Or if you're coming that day or collecting your gift, I'll bring it to the office. You can pick it up. So you can participate in that part as well. Again, if you're coming that day, make sure you bring the $5 for pizza and everything. Hopefully you guys can be there. We'd love to have you here with that. Okay, as we used a little bit of time for that, I think it is important to make sure we explain everything, the expectations. Okay, but now we have to be quiet so we can get through these notes quickly and then be able to review for our quiz. If we talk and waste too much time on that, then we can't review for our quiz. We're still having that quiz tomorrow, no matter what. Okay, so back to where we were talking about yesterday. I'll talk about it at the end of class, but it's basically what we've done so far. It's going to be over like 11.1 and 11.2. Just what we've covered up to now. Okay, yesterday we left off about these Lollards under John Wycliffe. Okay, these groups of people under these men, right, that were spreading the word of God during this time, obviously when people weren't trying to do that. Okay, sorry, I lost my page. Let me find my page again. Right here. Okay, here we go. The Council of Tullus. Okay, this is going to be a group of men, okay, that forbade anyone except a clergyman to possess the copy or a copy of the Bible. Okay, so kind of like the opposite of these other groups. Put these up here on the screen for you guys. Okay, except for the Psalms and the lessons of Scripture contained in breviary. Okay, so is this right? Were this group of men right? No. Okay, it is not. Adrian, what did I say we need to do this hour? Just be quiet, man. Pull out your notes, be quiet. Okay, you're going to make everyone else suffer because they won't get to review for quiz because you're talking. If we don't get to review, I mean, you won't know exactly what's on it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this was not a good thing. Is it the right of any man to withhold any part of the Bible from someone? No, it's not right. Okay, God gave his word to all men. Okay, the gospel is for all men. The Bible tells us that he died for everyone, that we can all be saved. For so whosoever, meaning anyone that call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Okay, but we see this Council of Tullus. Okay, they forbade that. Okay, this term that is at the end of this term, what is that? Breviary. It is the service and worship book of the Catholic Church. It is the service and worship book of the Catholic Church. Good to see you, distant learners that are here. We're missing a few people, it looks like. But good to see you, Savannah, Jeremiah, Yuvia, Elijah, Andrew, and Giselle and Lacey, I think, and Adam. Maybe that is everyone. Yeah, I think that is everyone. Except Lena, because she just left. Okay, though the Roman Church had seriously distorted New Testament Christianity, there were still some both within and without the church who stood for the truth of salvation. Okay, although a lot of salvation and these truths that we've talked about have been distorted, there were still men and women, okay, that believed the truth, that knew the Bible. Okay, they understood what the Bible said. Okay, so but this is going to bring us to a time of this belief of monasticism or monasticism. Sorry if I didn't say that correctly. Oh, I'm not offended. It's okay. I'm not perfect by any means, not even close. Okay, this is supposed to be Eastern, I believe, but an Eastern pagan practice of withdrawing Wow, 2 typos in 1. I got to fix it, man. I'm sorry.
Hey, 2 for 1 sale today.
Quickly. It is, and it really frustrates me why I do this all the time. Okay, withdrawing from society to live in solitude. Okay, it was adopted by the Catholic Church as a way to increase their spirituality.
Like a monk.
Okay, we're about to get there, but yes. Okay, these people that practiced and believed. Okay, let you guys make sure you fill out this note. Again, Amethyst, you have a one-of-a-kind train of thoughts. Not saying it's bad. I said one of a kind.
Can you imagine, like, Megan Fox, Ryan Reynolds, all those people wasting their lives being nuns and being monks?
It could be for a greater purpose, you know?
Can you go back?
Here we go. I can go back later. We got to get through these. I'll go back later. All right, I got you. Okay, these people that practice monasticism, okay, were called monks. These were the men. Okay, and as Amethyst already said, the women who practiced it, okay, were nuns. We pretty much already knew that, but there you go. Looks like you're smirking under that mask right now, Jesse.
I just feel like, okay, if you're going to live your life in solitude, why do you have to wear ugly clothes? You're living your life in solitude already. Why do you do it?
Because they don't, the whole point of that was to take the attention off themselves.
It brings more attention. Then why are you wearing
Here we go, note number 40. Okay, with this idea, world goods were given up by those who practiced this monasticism. And they went directly to the Catholic Church. So basically, again, as I was just telling Amethyst, their dress, everything they got, they earned, okay, it all went to the Catholic Church. Okay, this is what they sacrificed their love for and love and life for.
Can you imagine people getting to hell and being like, wait a second.
I wasted all my time.
I wasted my life
Yes.
and I'm in hell now.
I mean, they're probably not even done a thing about it. The Bible tells us usually what they think about will be first, okay, their opportunities to be saved, and second, the opportunities they could have told other people and saved other lives, and it's going to be their families and other souls. Okay, this is going to bring us to a specific type of monks, or the earliest monks who lived in the wilderness, known as, anyone know? Hermits. They were known as hermits. These are the, man, why do I have typos so much in your class? It really is. The earliest is the earliest. The earliest. Shh. The earliest monks who lived in the wilderness. They believed that they could please God by torturing themselves, by fasting, shunning sheep or sleep, so basically not sleeping. Okay, and repeating and short. I feel like that's the wrong word too. No, that's the right word. Short, rote prayers. What? No. It is. It's right. For a second I thought I was wrong, but it's right. Okay, let me change this one though. I mean, it wasn't the first one, but yes, it was. Okay, moving on. Okay, these monks, okay, again, they sacrificed their life to this calling. Okay, and because of this calling, like other monks, they also vowed to celibacy, okay, or an abstinence from marriage or any other sexual relationship. Okay, that's what they sacrificed to. Shh. Quiet. Okay, with this, okay, some confronted by temptation even burned off their hands to keep them from sinning. So the Bible tells us, shh, the Bible does say, okay, to if thy eye offend thee. Okay, have you guys heard that verse? Okay, so that's kind of how they translated it. They said, well, if my hand's going to do sin, I just need to get rid of it. Okay, that's how they translate. Is that a right translation? No, that's not what the... Shh. Okay, that's not what the Bible is saying in that verse. That's not the context. Okay, but that was the whole Catholic religion. They would take specific passages, and they wouldn't go by the context, and they would twist it to what they wanted. Okay, so these people would do these things. Sometimes, but no, that's not why they do that. Okay, one desperate soul known as Simeon. Oh, we're not quite there. Fill out this one quick. I got ahead of myself from the notes. Okay, fill out this one, and then we'll go to the next one, which I was about to say. I don't know. They would cut off their arm. I don't know.
The guys with
I'm not a monk. How am I supposed to know? Shh. Eunuchs. Those are eunuchs. Okay, shh. We got to get through these quickly as we're running out of time. I want you guys to be able to get all the notes that we're going to be covering for the quiz. Okay, this one person or specific desperate soul, Simeon Stylites. Or sorry, not Stylites. It's pronounced Stylites. Okay, he was perched alone for 37 years by himself atop a stone pillar over 50 feet high. Everything. Shh. Mask on. Shh. Guys, comments. Raise your hand. I'll call on you if I'd like to. We got to keep on moving quickly. Doug, what did I just say? Control yourself. Okay, this is going to bring us to some other terms in this time period. Okay, many churchmen debated that the monastic ideal of devotion to God could be achieved in cooperation with other monks. Therefore, the vast majority of medieval monks eventually lived in these things called monasteries. Monasteries. These were religious communities isolated from the rest of society. Okay, so you know like Avatar: Last Airbender? All the monks in one place, that's like a monastery. I have, yeah. It's legendary, you know? It's legendary.
Wait, would you be, what kind of bender would you be?
Me?
Fire.
Definitely fire. It's just my personality, I feel like. I don't know. Here, let me ask you guys. I was going to say that as well. Let me ask you guys, what kind do you think I'd be? No, what kind? Let's see if you guys say what would fit me. See, that's what I think. That's what I think. All right, here, moving on. Shh. No more. We'll talk about it after. We got to keep on moving. Shh. Austin, Rick, Gabby, everyone. We'll talk about it after. Okay, convents are also called as abbeys. Shh. Okay, so these monasteries were where monks and religious communities were. Okay, these abbeys were basically these monasteries, the same, so this place of solitude for the nuns. So abbeys are to nuns, monasteries are just to religious groups and mostly monks. Yes, sir?
Have you ever watched Nacho Libre?
Not relevant right now. We'll talk about it after. Shh. Guys, seriously. Quiet. We got to keep on moving. Okay, life in a monastery followed rigid rules called orders. These are rigid rules of life in a monastery. I mean, I hope you want to do that. Maybe leave, but I hope you want to kill yourself. Actually, it is. That is an order. The Bible does say that that's a sin, theoretically. I mean, you're going to die anyways, but it is a sin to commit suicide. Okay, moving on. One specific monk, and I already see a typo, is known as Benedict. He was an Italian monk who founded a monastery at Monte Cassino in southern Italy. Cassino, yes ma'am.
Anyone with the name Benedict, automatically evil.
Benedict
I
Arnold,
don't think I've ever met a Benedict who was good.
Benedict Mussolini.
Benedict Arnold.
That's what I just said. Okay, shh. Okay, moving on. So Benedict, with his monastery he made some specific vows, okay, to his life, and they became lifelong, obviously. Okay, these were his vows. Okay, poverty, chastity, and obedience to the abbot or head of the monastery. Okay, so if you were a monk in one of his monasteries or his monastery, these were the rules you had to abide by. You're asking the wrong person. Does any of it make sense? No. Okay, moving on with 49 with the same thing. Yes, chastity. Basically like suffering for service.
Wait, so did he start his own religion too?
No. Benedictine monks are just people that lived at his monastery.
But it was like, so that they would know like what kind of monks they were.
Yes.
Like, oh, the Benedictine.
So they might have had some different orders than another monastery, but they still were the same religion. Does that make sense? Okay, under these Benedictine orders, they covered every aspect of a monk's daily activities. A never-ending cycle of work, prayer, and, wow, why? Worship.
You just don't care about it.
I guess.
Wow.
He's like,
That's false, but
That will be on your future.
it's so sad.
Well, I was thinking about this. You were like, oh, if you guys want me to be in here on your party, I can be there. You want to come in here because we're having Xboxes.
I mean, my other classes have systems too.
I was smacking a laptop 2K with Allen Iverson.
No.
And
You know who I'll work you with? Russell Westbrook, because that's who I always use.
wait, did Mr. Corlett?
That's all I need.
Really?
That's all I need.
I would use James Harden against Russell.
That's all I need. Okay, specific people or people that lived like other monks, except they preached and did missionary work outside the monasteries. Okay, they weren't bound by a monastery or a group of people. Were known as friars. One that probably comes to mind, famous stories, Robin Hood, Friar Tuck. Shh. Friars lived like other monks. Remember, okay? What's the difference between a monk and a friar? Not quite. Simple. No, simple. Just say one lived in a monastery, one did not. That's all the difference. Okay, obviously there might be other difference of life, how they lived their life. Okay, the two most prominent orders of friars were these. We have first Franciscans, which were founded by St. Francis Assisi. I can't really say that word. Or it's actually not supposed to have an S at the end. It's like Assisi. A little bit different name. And the second one were Dominicans, which were founded by St. Dominic.
What's your favorite Mexican restaurant?
Okay, these people were... Shh. That place is actually pretty good.
Of course.
I've never been to that one. I heard it's pretty good. Here we go. So these two beliefs were dedicated, or groups, they dedicated themselves to preaching and to combating what the church deemed heresy, and were largely responsible for persecuting those who opposed the Roman Church. Okay, so these groups of friars, okay, because they weren't bound by all these rules of the monastery, they were basically like the holy knights of the church. Okay, they would go and deal with the people that didn't obey. Yes. Yes. Shh. We only have 9 minutes and we still have notes to go through. Quiet. Okay, we're going to be moving a little bit faster so we can get through them, so keep up. Okay, I want to be able to have at least 5 minutes to study for the quiz. Okay, this is going to bring us to the new empire in the West. We only have to cover a little bit. Okay, we're going to cover some really specific names and important people. Okay, the group that we're talking about in this time are the Franks, which were the most dominant Germanic tribe that moved into Gaul as the Roman Empire collapsed. They established independent kingdoms and eventually controlled what is now present-day France, Holland, Belgium, that western Germany area, towards like Spain, England. Yeah, crazy, man. Okay, their main original leader is known as, anyone know? Clovis. Clovis. I'll give you guys time to write this down. You're okay. Do your best. Shh. No more talking. We have trying to get through these in 3 minutes. Okay, so you guys need to focus and write the notes. Adrian. Shh. Okay, but Clovis. Just write as quick as you can. Clovis was the first great Frankish military and political leader. He had inherited his position as tribal king from his father and strove to organize a Frankish empire. Okay, so he was a king of like a kingdom, maybe a few towns, a few areas, but he wanted to grow it into an empire. You guys already fill this one out? Is it just the name on this one? That works. Okay, So as a political and religious movement, or move, he professed his conversion to Christianity. Okay, so we're going to see this man Clovis, okay, whether he was a Christian or not, probably not. Okay, but he did say, hey, I'm a Christian. So basically the church and Christians would follow him so he could be able to grow this unified empire. Okay, because he was actually not a very good ruler. Okay, he was baptized, and along 3,000 of his warriors on Christmas Day were also baptized in 498. No, not Charlemagne yet. This is Clovis. Charlemagne is soon, but not yet. It's okay, you can get him from me or someone else. Okay, his conversion aided both the Frankish Empire and the Roman Church. From then on, his conquests were deemed holy wars. Those defeated were required to convert to Christianity. Okay, so again, we've seen this before. Okay, him conquering people in these wars he had. Okay, he'd say, hey, I'm doing this in the name of Jesus or God or Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm conquering you in the name of God, so I'm going to call this a holy war, so it's okay. But it wasn't really okay. Okay, under Clovis, we're going to learn about a group of kings called the Merovingian kings. Okay, these are the descendants of Clovis. It was named after, I don't know why there's a less than sign there, so just don't pay attention to that. Okay, he is a descendant of Clovis. Okay, it was named after Clovis's grandfather, or Cloves' grandfather, Merovi. Yes, sir.
Next time you make notes, have your wife go over it.
I probably will, but you know, she's really busy too, you know, so she doesn't have time to do that. That's what I just said. I have no idea, dude. I think it's supposed to be a period, and I was holding the shift button too long, and it put the lesser sign there. It's a lesser sign. It's lesser. It's all about perspective. Okay, so what in this Merovingian, the Merovingian kings, okay, what these people that are going to be known as, okay, after these kings, okay, a group of people ruled the kingdom that weren't really kings. Okay, they were called mayors of the palace. Mayors of the palace. Adrian, no noises. Control your body. Okay, chief officials. These were chief officials of the royal household who gradually took over this ruling power. Okay, when the Merovingian kings' interests in immorality became so rampant, they had neither the time or energy to rule. So basically, these people under Clovis, after he died, they could no longer rule because they were consumed with themselves and their own desires. So these mayors, or they're known as mayors of the palace, this is going to be important later, okay, these people would basically rule. And we're going to learn about later how, because these mayors basically already ruled, if someone's doing the job of a king, don't you think they want to be the king? Okay, and we're going to see that happen under these different men. Everyone good on this note? Okay, one of the most famous mayors of the palace is known as Charles Martel. Charles Martel. He is the most famous mayor, not faux the palace, but of the palace. Man, I really don't like you guys. I actually do like you guys, but your guys' notes are always the worst. Okay, Charles Martel restored the unity of the Frankish Empire and won his greatest fame by halting a Muslim invasion of Europe. Okay, we're just going to do a few more notes and then just spend 2 minutes quickly going through the quiz, maybe a few after class. Okay, the specific group of Muslims that he helped stop and that were growing were known as the Moors. Or Moors. Okay, they were Muslims from North Africa, or maybe that latter-day Carthage. Okay, they invaded Spain and within a few years conquered the entire Iberian Peninsula. They began a drive northward over the Pyrenees into France. Okay, again, so Charles Martel was stopping them. We're going to learn about a battle, okay, tomorrow, and also what Martel was actually, why he got the name Martel, what does it mean. I mean, mean, do whatever you have to do. Okay, we'll talk about more tomorrow with this. This is all the time we have. Okay, pull out a piece of paper. Pull out a piece of paper as we're going to quickly review for our quiz tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. Let's see if you guys are ready for this quiz. Okay, we covered basically everything for this quiz, so we should be ready. Here we go. Okay, I'm not going to give you all the answers, but I will try to give you all the questions. That means you need to study in your own time. We have 1 minute. We might go a minute or two over, so please stay here as I'm trying to help you the best I can. Okay, the first section, the first 5 questions are over matching. I'm going to give you the 6 people you need to know. Obviously, there's only 5 questions. Okay, but here's the 6 people you need to know. Write them down. You have Gelasius the First. Gelasius the First. Gelasius the First. Okay, make sure your phones are put away, or else I will take them away, since I have warned you already this week. Come on, you got to pay attention. Gelasius the First. I'm not saying it again. Peter Waldo. You all know who that is. Peter Waldo. You want to know who Gregory the First? Gregory the First. Yes, it is Pope Gregory, but just Gregory the First is the name on the quiz. Because the question with him is going to say like a church leader. Okay, you want to know who Leo the First is? Leo the First. What did he do? In all these, their person is going to be described. You'll have to match the description with the person. John Wycliffe. Wycliffe is Wycliffe. John Wycliffe. Wycliffe. I'm going to say Wycliffe. It might be Whip. You're saying Whipcliffe? No, I say Wycliffe. Sorry, I might be wrong. I'll look it up. I'll look it up after class. Okay, John Wycliffe. You'll need to know Irenaeus. Irenaeus. That is the last person. Okay, the last 5 questions are all short answer. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through these. First, you need to know the Petrine theory. That is the answer for one of them. But you need to know what the Petrine theory is. You need to know what country did Patrick preach the gospel. That one's pretty easy. Ireland. Boom. Know what breviary is. We talked about that today. Breviary. Okay, we talked about 2 main orders of friars. Okay, I'm not going to mention them. You just need to know one. There's 2 of them. Remember, they were named after those 2 people as well. Okay, know one of them. Yes, sir. Maybe. And then lastly, you're going to want to know the name for the isolated religious communities where monks live. We talked about those. Not the ones where nuns lived, where monks lived. Yes. Okay, that is it. You guys are equipped with everything for that quiz. Okay, you got to study, find those answers. Okay, distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you're turning everything in, whether it's through messaging them to me through email, My School Works, or on Fridays, turning everything in person. Make sure you're getting that stuff turned in, or else you won't receive credit for it. We'll see you tomorrow. Let me know if you have any questions.
All right, I don't know how my mic keeps getting turned off between last class and this one, but here we go. All right, listen up. We're in geometry. Let's get started. We are on page 119 of your text. Page 119 of your text. Let's bring the camera down to where at least I'm kind of in frame.
Hey, shut up. Nobody says it.
We're on page 119 in your text. We're on page 91 of your textbook, page 119 of your supplement. I said the wrong thing. Page 91 of your textbook, page 119 of your supplement. We are on exercise 2.17, number 5. We're to prove that two parallel lines are everywhere the same distance apart. We are given AB is parallel to CD with distances AC and BD between them. We're to prove AC equal to BD. All right, so we have our given. I'm not going to rewrite that. In this one, you're given all the statements, so you guys are providing reasons. That's right, because the last time I taught this, they were struggling with how to know reasons. So I did a bit of the supplement where, like, you are always filling in reasons, so that way people learned that. And I think I then flip it at some point. But anyway. All right, so 2, you're handed that we're going to use AC is perpendicular to AB and BD is perpendicular to CD because definition of distance.
Okay, wait, which definition? Just distance?
I'm going to fill it in. Definition of distance between two parallel lines. Now we're going to draw a BC. Why?
Wait, hold on a second.
1.
Because we need triangles.
Actually, yes. But that's why we're drawing the line. Why, or what allows me to draw the line?
You can an
Yes.
extension of something you can. Skadoosh. Me and Douglas could be like a comedy duo.
All right, 2 points to determine a line. Number 4. Angle CAB and angle BDC are right angles. Why?
Definition of right triangles.
Right angle.
Wrong, both of you.
What?
Because they're perpendicular. I said it first.
Definition of perpendicular is the correct answer there. Number 5.
Definition of right angles.
I can't believe Gabby was
No, definition of right triangle.
Yeah, the two triangles are right triangles by definition.
You said right angle.
I said triangle. I meant to say triangle.
Well, that's not what you said.
I meant to say yeah.
definition of right triangles.
That was fun. All right, number 6. BC equals CB. Identity. Notice the reason why we're really having to say that one is because we're counting it in 2 different directions. And like, yes, it's the same distance, but we have to state it. Number 7, angle ABC is equal to angle DCB. Let me see here. ABC, DCB.
Opposite interior angles are
Yep, alternate interior angles are equal. I have no idea what's happening to my cursor right now.
what the?
I don't know. That was fun.
Oh my god.
Mr. S, are you secretly having a stroke?
What? If he was having a stroke, there would be no writing at all, Douglas.
No, yeah, that's true.
Why is there no undo?
Those little specks are going to bug me. You left one.
Oh well. All right. Number 6 was identity. No, just my tablet just started flipping out. And now it's like all boxy.
Bugging me.
It's boxy. What's that mean?
Like these look like low-res polygons. All right, anyway, and then when 2 lines are cut by transversal, alternate interior angles are equal. Like, yeah, it's like it's low-res or something. What in the world?
That's all number 7 is?
Well, I mean, I have when 2 parallel lines are cut by transversal, but like,
Just reset the.
Alternate interior angles are equal.
yeah.
Just restart the software.
Yeah, I'll just restart my entire computer right now. Okay, number 8. Oh, goodness. Okay, you guys can see it there, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, I did a smooth line. It just doesn't think so. Number 8. Triangle ABC is congruent to triangle DCB. Okay, think about it. We used a right triangle here.
Oh, wait, no. AK.
Leg angle.
Ha.
Wait, what does HA stand for again?
Hypotenuse angle.
Oh.
And it's also the computer laughing at me because now I'm stuck in polygon mode.
Why is this so boxy? Why can't you like flip it?
I like your boxy.
I am.
Reminds me of
It's
like-
not.
Mr.
I don't know.
Mr. S, I like your boxy, kid.
Yo, this reminds me of every single video game from 15 years ago.
Yes, I win. Dude, I actually kind of like it though. It's kind of hot.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's like a little
Can you turn that down to 70? Or no, just turn on the fan. Don't turn it down, just turn on the fan.
It's bugging me because the other side's like all nice, and then the other side's like.
Dude, it looks so like creepy and spindly, kind of like a spider.
All right, we done?
It's like, I'm all fancy. And then there was like,
Okay, then on the next page, on page 120 of your supplement, you see that you have homework 2.17. I will collect all the homework at the end of a section. I'll figure out exactly when and how I'm going to do that. No, we're not turning it in after every single class. It's just like that because I forgot to fix it before printing in this last bit because I was printing it like in class, so I didn't even think to check. So because of everything, okay, yeah, it is what it is. So it's still going to be the same idea where you turn it in after a certain set period of time, but there's the 2.17 question for your homework. Please go ahead. You guys probably want to go ahead and do that tonight so that way you guys just stay caught up. 2.18, parallelograms.
Dude, that's such a short little thing for a homework.
Oh, real quick, before we get to that, add to proven statements. Two parallel lines are everywhere the same distance apart. We actually use this one quite a bit. Yep. We're still in chapter 2. I don't think we'll hit chapter 3 before the next test. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
Were you staring at this entire time?
Yeah.
That's not creepy at all.
no, this is Gabby. It's not.
All right, distance learners, I'll be back in a minute, but just go ahead and get this written down.
Guys, we should prank you.
I'll look like a chocolate bar.
All right, let's go on to 218, parallelograms. All right, before we get into talking about parallelograms, though, we need to discuss several things about four-sided shapes in general. We've been talking so far mainly about triangles, which are only three sides, in case you didn't realize that. So now that we're adding a different side, there's a whole lot of hierarchy here to learn, okay? I can show it like this, or I can show it as a flow chart. I chose this one because I'm rather proud of it. All right, moving on. So, first of all, if I have a generic four-sided polygon, regardless of how else it may look, it is a quadrilateral, okay? Quad meaning four, lateral meaning side, okay? Four sides, okay? It's just in Latin.
Everything that's inside the quadrilateral fits into a quadrilateral.
Yes, so everything there, so if we prove something for quadrilaterals, we prove... So here's the key to that. If we prove something for quadrilaterals now, then we've proven something for everything inside the quadrilateral box. So that means anything true for quadrilaterals will be true for trapezoids, rectangles, rhombi, parallelograms, and squares. Like anything under quadrilateral then would be proven.
I thought this was unimpressive. I'm like, so you put a bunch of shapes inside a shape.
No, like this is...
You're like that, and I'm like, oh, pepper.
All right, now we're not getting into it in this section, but I'm showing you guys them in general. The trapezoid is when you only have one pair of parallel lines, okay? To be a parallelogram, it must have both opposite sides being parallel. Okay, both pairs of opposite sides. That made sense. Okay, so each pair has to be parallel. So trapezoids are not parallelograms. Parallelograms are not trapezoids. Trapezoids does not include parallelograms because the definition of trapezoids is it can have only one set of lines being parallel.
See, I lied. I'd be a trapezoid.
Thank you. All right, so we're not dealing with trapezoids though, so let's move on down. Parallelograms is a quadrilateral whose opposite sides are parallel, okay? So this side is parallel to this side, and this side is parallel to this side. Okay? Huh?
No, they're in the quadrilateral.
What is that?
No, this quadrilateral has nothing equal or parallel.
Wait, does that mean
Oh, here this is a rhombus, yes, but I'm saying the big one is not a rhombus. It's a parallelogram.
Yeah, we literally-
They're not, these sides are not the same length. They're close, but they're not the same. I had a very limited space to make the diagram, so. I probably could have made it wider, but anyway.
Simple but efficient.
All right. Any side of the parallelogram may be regarded as its base. However, we usually use the side that it appears to be resting on. Okay, we usually use the bottom.
is rectangles and rhombi inside of squares?
No, I'll explain that when I get to it. And then the altitude of a parallelogram is the line perpendicular to the base from any point in the opposite side. Typically, we go from the corner and we just drop a perpendicular. That would be its altitude. This textbook uses altitude instead of the word height for some horrible reason. We still represent it with H because A is already reserved for apothum. And no, I'm not saying opossum with a
Yeah,
lisp.
I thought you said opossum.
No, apothum. It's actually a different word.
Do other things use height?
Yeah, okay, you have usually seen height, and I'll probably say height most of the time. But if the book, officially the term is altitude. It's old. It's an old term. It's one of those. Thus, in the case of your textbook, make sure you're on page 93. There are additional diagrams that I'm going to be referring to in your textbook, so be on page 93. Because, I just have the main graphic here, but then, all your definitions, everything else is in your supplement, and then, you need all three pieces. Let's put it that way. All right. So we talked about quadrilateral. We talked about trapezoid. That again, we'll talk about those in 2.21, but that's just where they fit. Okay. Parallelogram. Both pairs are have opposite sides equal. A base. Again, the base is any side of the parallelogram. Usually we use the bottom one. Altitude is the line perpendicular to the base from any point in the opposite sides, also known as the height. And again, we'll probably say height most of the time, but just if you're asked for altitude, know it's height. Real quick with naming, you need to start in the bottom left corner and go counterclockwise around a figure when you're naming it. So if you look there on page 93, parallelogram ABCD, okay? We started at the bottom left, worked around the shape counterclockwise, okay?
Wait, bottom page 96.
93.
Oh, so it's at the bottom left?
Yeah.
Just work your way up to the bottom.
Or to the top left, yeah.
Top left. Oh.
Yep.
So you go A. Wait, why am I seeing it? A, B, C, D.
Yes.
And then
And so if we say quadrilateral ABCD, we mean we're just listing all those points in there. If we have a pentagram, we'll do like ABCDE.
does that apply to triangles too now?
Triangles have always been like that, at least somewhat.
I knew that.
It's one of those that you more naturally do it with triangles, so we don't really harp on it. All right, moving on. Now, inside a parallelogram, you may have a special parallelogram called a rhombus, okay? The plural of which is rhombi, hence the weird spelling of it in the diagram here, okay? Because I did everything in here on the plural, okay? So rhombi are parallelograms with equal sides, all sides equal, okay? So this rhombus has all these sides equal to each other. Let's make sure we're not talking, please.
That's why it looks like a parallel.
The official, it is a parallelogram, yeah. So the official definition, though, only says adjacent sides have to be equal, but we'll prove because it's parallel lines that then, of course, the other two must be. Okay, we define with as little as possible so that we don't have to prove as much when we go to prove stuff. It's actually better to have lighter definitions. All right, moving on. Then a rectangle is a parallelogram with one right angle. And you're like, Mr. Russ, it has 4 right angles. Yes, again, we're defining it with as little as possible so that if we have a right angle, we can declare it's a rectangle.
Wait. Can't we just say with right angles?
No, we say with at least one right angle.
So it's like big, like at the least.
Yeah, so that way, if we have proven that it's a parallelogram and that it has a right angle, it's a rectangle by definition. So it's actually, it will prove that, yeah, of course the other 3 are also right angles, like duh. But again, it's better to relegate that to a proof than to keep it as part of the definition. Otherwise, every time you want to prove something's a rectangle, you have to prove every angle is a right angle and you. Yes? Yeah.
If it's specific, you have to specifically prove
Yep.
thing, it's like,
So we do as little as possible that will accurately define the shape, and then we prove anything we need after that. All right, and then a square is a rectangle having two adjacent sides equal. Now, you'll notice that I've marked squares with a bracket around rectangles and rhombi rather than just putting it in rectangles. That's because a square is a rectangle rhombus. You could actually like hyphenate the name of the shape, okay? Because it's a rectangle because it's a parallelogram, excuse me, with a right angle. It's a rhombus because it's a parallelogram with equal sides. So squares fit both in the rectangles and rhombus categories. Huh? It's a rectangle because of the right angle.
guys, am I the only one who ever thought of shapes as families?
As what?
Families, like square, rectangles are brothers, and rhombi is like a cousin, parallelogram is like,
More like rectangle would be the dad, rhombus would be the mom, square would be the offspring. Square would be their kid.
oh, I thought that square.
Because it's both a rectangle and a rhombus.
Oh, I was thinking more of rectangles and squares were brothers.
But anyway, moving on. All right, so all those definitions are on page 121 of your book. I didn't have them on the screen because I wanted to be able to use the graphic the entire time. But let's go on to Theorem 19. The opposite sides of a parallelogram are equal, and the opposite angles are equal. Okay. Again, for a parallelogram, all we said is that it's a parallelogram having two adjacent sides equal. So now I need to go through and prove the other sides equal, and I need to prove opposite angles are equal. Of course, we know this, but we're going to go through and prove it so that way, because we didn't want to include it in the definition. All right, so we are given parallelogram ABCD. We're to prove that AB equals CD and that AD equals... I'm sorry, I said the wrong definition for a parallelogram earlier. A parallelogram is a quadrilateral whose opposite sides are parallel. I think I said equal by accident. So we already know that the sides are parallel with that. So again, we're proving opposite sides equal here. And then we're going to prove the angles equal. So you'll notice the proof is already done for you on page 122 because this is a demonstration proof, not a proof you guys are supposed to know. And so we have parallelogram ABCD, which is our given. I have chosen to draw BD so I can create some triangles. Okay, 2 points determine a line allows me to do that. Then AD is parallel to BC, and AB, is parallel to DC by definition of parallelogram. Okay. So then angle M is equal to angle S, angle R is equal to angle N, because two parallel lines cut by a transversal form equal alternate interior angles. BD, of course, must equal itself by identity, and in so doing, I've created two congruent triangles by angle side angle. Finally, through CPCTE, that means then all the opposite sides are equal, and A and C are equal. And then finally, ADC and ABC are equal because two angles having their sides parallel, left to left and right to right, are equal. Because I went through and proved the sides parallel and I proved them equal, it's easier to just separate out those angles rather than try to prove that through addition that the smaller angles are equal and all that. So, okay, does that make sense? So that was the shortest path. All right, which leads us to corollary 19.1. All the sides of a rhombus are equal and all the sides of a square are equal. Now, the book goes through and actually tries to prove it a square in addition, but by square's classification, it's also a rhombus. So if I prove it for rhombus, it's proven for both. So I've only shown one proof here, okay, because I refuse to do extra work if I don't have to. All right, so rhombus ABCD, we're to prove that AB equals BC equals CD equals DA. So we are given our rhombus in step 2. I have AB equal to BC by definition of rhombus, because I have to have two adjacent sides equal. Then AB equals CD, and BC equals DA based on the theorem, opposite sides of a parallelogram are equal. Notice there on page 123, my abbreviation for parallelogram, I will use that heavily throughout, mostly because it makes writing it for you guys a lot shorter. Okay? And then by substitution, everything is equal. And of course, because this square is a rectangle rhombus, the proof applies to squares as well. Corollary 19.2. A diagonal divides a parallelogram into two congruent triangles. We have parallelogram ABCD with diagonal BD. I kind of actually did this. Yeah, we did. We didn't prove it with this in mind. Well, here, we're going to prove it generally. Let's put it that way. We kind of proved it in Theorem 19 proof, but proving it generally here. We're to prove triangle ABD is congruent to triangle CDB. All right, so in so doing, Okay, so in so doing, number 1, we have our given. Number 2, AB equals CD, AD equals CB by Theorem 19. BD equals DB by identity. So by side, 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 we have 2 congruent triangles. That one's pretty straightforward.
So when do you use side, side, side? When you've only been given sides, right?
Yep.
ASA, when you've been given angles and then a side. SAS, sides and then angle. Angle, angle, angle is not allowed.
Correct. It can be used for similarity, not for
Angle is for,
right triangles, congruency.
and then hypotenuse angle.
Right triangles, congruency, yes.
Oh, wait, so do you use them interchangeably?
No. Leg is referring to one of the other sides. Hypotenuse is alongside. Yeah. All right, on to corollary 19.3. Parallel lines included between parallel lines are equal. Of course, here we mean line segments, but moving on. AB is parallel to DC and AD is parallel to BC. We're to prove AD equal to BC. So step 1, we list our given. Step 2, we say it is a parallelogram by definition. And because it's a parallelogram, AD equals BC. We're done.
Which page are you on?
So you can,
124.
so a quadrilateral will be quad, period, and then parallel.
Yes.
Parallel lines over it.
Yeah. All right, corollary 19.4. 2 parallel lines are everywhere the same distance apart. We already proved this in exercises 2.17, number 5. I actually just demonstrated that at the beginning of this class, I think. Is that right? Yeah, that was the one we started class with. So we've already done this proof, so we don't need to do it again. So on to theorem 20. The diagonals of a parallelogram bisect each other. We have parallelogram ABCD with diagonals AC and BD intersecting at point O. And we're to prove AO equals CO and BO equals DO. All right, so we have our diagram here. We list our given. And then we know that AB is parallel to CD by definition. Angle AOB is equal to angle OCD. And angle OBA is equal to angle ODC because we have 2 parallel lines cut by transversal, form equal alternate interior angles. AB equals CD because opposite sides of a parallelogram are equal. We have triangle OAB is congruent then to triangle OCD by angle side angle. Because that, and also because of that, then OA equals OC and OB equals OD by CPCTE. So by very definition of bisector, AC and BC bisect each other. Yes?
The one thing I'm thinking for is that we
Why
can't
did
do
you
this
need 7? You already proved it in 6.
We have to state bisecting. Just because we've proven line segments equal, we need to state what we set out to prove.
Also,
Yes.
now we can use techniques of parallelogram and opposite sides parallelogram are equal.
Yes. Because we've proven those.
Definition of the longest. When do you use that?
If needed. All right. Exercise 2.18, number 7. Let's go and make sure we're paying attention. We're on page 125. You'll notice that now you've been given reasons, and we're going to start filling in statements. Yes?
On the first one that we did, with theorem 19 on number 8's reason, what is this, like, 2 angles having the sides parallel left to left and right to right?
That was from when we talked about measuring angles. So we had a section on that where I actually had to define what we mean by left and right. It was in there. Exercise 2.18, number 7. If the median to the hypotenuse, AB of the right triangle ABC is extended its own length to D. In other words, we're copying and pasting the distance. So we copied CM to DM. Is extended its own length to D, and DA and DB are drawn. Prove that ADBC is a rectangle. Okay?
All of us is filling in all the statements for the reasons like you do.
Because I had a class that was struggling with both sides of it. Like if they could sometimes do one but not the other. So I did a whole bunch of stuff with reasons, got them used to how to pick which reason. Then I went to, okay, I'm going to hand you the reasons. You guys need to get to how do I get to the next step? Because I'm preparing you guys for here's a proof, do it. Yeah. So that's why it's suddenly shifting. Okay, because at this point then, now you need to worry about what's the next thing I need to try to do. Okay?
Can you give us like just like these? Are you gonna give us like how many numbers we should?
I'll tell you how many the book has, but yours can vary. Because naturally. All right, here we go. Number 1, we have right triangle ABC with median CM, and CM is equal to DM because that is our given. So by definition of midpoint, okay, and the reason why I should explain here, median means from the vertex to the midpoint, okay? I don't know if we've really hammered on that. Good. AM equals BM, or the way I have it, I wrote BM equals AM. It's the same thing. Okay? So number 2 is BM equals AM. I tend to copy mine straight from the book, so if they do something that's a little funky, like it just comes over. All right, so we have that. That's in our given. So I have CM equals DM, I have BM equals AM. So what am I trying to say here with the reason definition of bisector? Nope. You guys are overthinking it. Okay? No. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're just saying A, B, and CD bisect each other. Yeah. We're just actually going through and formally stating the bisection. We're going to use that principle here in a minute. All right, number 4, the only clue we're given is that the reason is vertical angles are equal. So what could I be referring to here? Well, thank you. I mean, it's fair, but yeah. AMD equals CMB. Correct. And? Good. Okay, between the two of you guys, we got it. So here we go, number 4. Oh, goodness, I can't understand you all. Hey, shh. CMB is the way I'm going to write it, is equal to angle DMA. And angle CMA is equal to angle DMB. Okay, so we've gone through, we've talked about, let me just throw this out there, okay? We know we're looking for side, angle, side, and we just talked about vertical angles, okay? So we talked about this side, and this side, and this side, or this angle and this angle, right? Okay? Okay, and then earlier we talked about how this side equals this side equals this side. Okay, so I'm going to actually have 2 pairs of triangles that I'm proving congruent here. Not to each other, but we have 2 pairs congruent, okay? It's going to be the same wording as up here, just with triangle instead of angle. So we're going to use triangle. CMB is congruent to triangle DMA. And then triangle CMA is congruent to triangle DMB. Yeah, okay, so number 6, we're going to use CPCTE. This right here, what I'm about to do is kind of something you develop over time. Hold on. This is something you're going to develop over time. Which pieces do you actually need to state? Because we can just go through and state anything that we didn't use to prove the triangle, okay? However, we only want to pull what we need so that our proof isn't over full.
So would it be angle B equals angle A?
Let me look.
Or what are we trying to
No. We're trying to prove that ADBC is a rectangle.
What?
So first goal is going to be to prove it a parallelogram. Then we're going to prove that it's a rectangle with a right angle. Okay? Or something along those lines.
So then, we need to prove that those lines are real.
equals DB and AD equals CB.
Yeah, AD equals BD and then AD.
Okay, whoa. Okay, first of all, we're dealing with angles. Number 6. We have angle MBC is equal to angle MAD, and angle MAC is equal to angle MBD.
Excuse me. What angles are those? Like about to- I said that. I said MAD and oh wait, what? MAD and MBC. Oh, because they're alternate triangles, right?
Yeah, well, that's not why. That's their CPCTE.
Well, I know, but
But then that's going to prove then we actually have parallel lines. So CB is parallel to AB. And we have AC is equal, or not equal, I'm sorry. Why does undo not work?
It's like having a pencil with no eraser.
Yeah, basically. Except I have an eraser, but I don't actually want to use it. All right, AC is parallel to DB. Okay, so now we've proven then that this is a parallelogram. So I can say CBDA. Why did they change the why? Why would you do that? Okay, no, I'm going to do it in the same way the question. Hold on. All right, so I have ADBC is a parallelogram. By definition of parallelogram, I've proven opposite sides parallel, and we knew it was a quadrilateral based on definition of quadrilateral. Like, it has 4 sides. We don't need to go through and state that. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, so then if 9 ADBC is a rectangle?
Yes. ADBC is a rectangle because in the very beginning, we're told it's a right angle.
Can you put rectangle RECT period?
Don't, because we use that for something else too.
But RECT angle.
You can if you want. I actually was just thinking that as I wrote that. I didn't see that last time around, but yes. Yeah. Hey, if I do it with parallelogram. So that's fine. So that's the idea here, okay, is that we need to be able to get it down to a rectangle. All right. We have one more that we need to get done, and we have, I think, enough time to do it. So exercise 2.8, number 18. Prove any 2 consecutive angles of a parallelogram are supplementary. So I'm going to prove that angles A and B are supplementary. We have parallelogram ABCD, excuse me, and then that's our given. So then number 2, we have definition of parallelogram. Well, definition of parallelogram is that AD is parallel to BC, and AB is parallel to DC.
Tired of all this secret other ones.
Good luck then. All right, number 3 then. Well, 2 angles having opposite sides parallel are supplementary. So at that point, then angle A and angle B are supplementary. Okay, it's like the shortest proof. Because once you have parallel lines, you've proven you have supplementary angles. You're done.
legitimately saw that, what's it called? I'm like, this proof is probably going to page. I'm like, wait.
Nope, that was it. All right, on the next, give me just a minute, and then I'll take a question. In the next 2 pages, you see homework 2.18. Consider that officially assigned now. It's, again, not due tomorrow. I'm just saying when I collect it all. Consider this assigned and get it done. All right, and tomorrow we'll pick up with 2.19, talking about quadrilaterals are parallelograms. Real quick thought. Beginning with 218, I think it's 218. It might have started in 2. Yeah, beginning with 218, you'll notice that the blanks have moved to the other side where you're looking at what's the next step instead of what's the reason for the step. And I'm giving you the reasons as kind of a hint. We're moving you toward making your own proofs. Okay, so keep that in mind. You really want to start working on homework 218 tonight, if at all possible, so you can kind of start working your brain in that direction. Okay, so as we move forward, you're ready to go. All right, so homework is to do 217 and 218 homework and your supplement. They're immediately after their sections, and then tomorrow we'll begin 2.19. Yes, what's your question? Yeah, go right ahead. All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later. Email or text me with any questions. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hold on. One last thing. Where did I put my clipboard? Guys, where to put it? Oh, there it is. All right, real quick, one last thing. Your next quiz will be on Wednesday of next week over 217 to 220. I know I'm telling you guys about it way in advance, but that's going to be the last thing we do before Christmas break.
Wait, quiz Wednesday over what?
Over 2.17 to 220. All right, so I just want to let you guys know about that, especially with the break coming up. All right, so now I'll see you guys later.
And let me get this on. TV's down. Is that one up? Okay, good.
I got an 88.
We agree. Why not just say I'm happy with my Well, I remember back in 2011, like when I was like 8 o'clock on Nickelodeon, I just started watching Chicken Church.
Do you guys remember when you thought it was bad?
Proof I'm not dumb. Yeah, because
Don't.
no, back
Plus,
then.
I have to get off.
This is proof I'm not dumb, Mr. Brown. No, back then they had 89. Like, why would proof I'm not dumb? And they still do. They still kind of do.
You watch your
Yeah, I do.
Okay, deals. I'm having some trouble. So bear with me. I'm gonna try to figure this out here. I'm gonna just shut my computer down and restart it. But first, let me try something else here. And then this, got that. One more time, I'll try this. Nothing's going on. I'm unplugged there, unplugged here. Camera, let's turn the camera just a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna shut down and didn't want to do that. Okay. Oops. Oh, having a little bit of problems with my computer today, both junior high class and this one. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you just what are you doing? And she's like, right. I'm sorry, I don't know what you want me.
Okay, plug it in.
I'm pretty sure they planned that though.
Stop!
I'm pretty sure they planned that.
53.
Stop! Touch me there!
Yes.
Please work.
Kids in the back of the class would be like, stop!
I'm not even getting. Let's try this. Teacher only. Okay, so we got the screen. Screen teacher. Oh my goodness.
Mr. Brown, Avery is
She's like, I'm innocent.
Avery, do you want to be demoted?
Demoted to what?
Back?
No! Demote her! Wait!
Dude,
There's
it's
her
weird
purgatory
though. I
symbol.
can't imagine her being an
Cheat
Asian.
it!
Just-
That's hell! You're going to purgatory!
Dude, it's weird though. That's
Oh.
And then I got used to her being in ninth grade.
Okay.
Mr. Brown.
Quiet.
Class is different.
Hey, class, quiet. I've got to talk to DLs here real quick. And you guys need to hear this too. Shh. Hey. Okay, DLs. Especially DLs. Before I get into this, Uvia, you are the only one right now that has not contacted me as far as whether or not you are going to participate next Friday or not. So I need you to send me either an email or put it on, and Jeremiah also, excuse me. So I need you to either let me know on chat line or, so Uvia and Jeremiah, let me know if you're going to participate next Friday in our party in the Secret Santa. So I do need to know that today, okay? So, because they want to draw names as soon as we can. Okay? The other ones, Giselle got yours, Andrew got yours, Lacey got your response. And I'm sorry to hear that you won't be, but that I understand that. Adam got yours also, and same way with you that you won't be able to next Friday. So Jeremiah says, no, I don't think I am. Okay? Jeremiah says no. Sorry, Jeremiah. That's not good, man. You should. Okay? Yuvia, I need a response from you, okay, somehow. Now, I'm having trouble with my computer. My computer is not pulling up my slides onto the system. I had trouble in the junior high class with this today. So something's going on with my computer where it's not reading this system for some reason. I have the mic, so that's good. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try, we got to do this verbally today. I have 3 class lessons left to go after today so that we can get our test done before break. Okay? So one of them I'm going to try and combine, and we'll see how far we can get today, okay? Okay, let's get into this. We're on lesson 53. That's notes, page 7. We're going to go through 7 through 9 on your notes. Okay? Let's just do a little bit of a review on this so we can get it. What are gaps within which expand in warm weather and contract in cold weather? There's expansion joints. What is a device that automatically regulates temperature? Thermostat. What are devices consisting of 2 metal strips that are bonded together that bend in response to the temperature changes? Bimetallic strips. What is the process by which heat flows through materials and between objects in direct contact? Conduction. What was the inventor of the miner's safety lamp? Or who was? Huh? Davy. Sir Humphrey Davy. What is an explosive mixture of methane gas and other gases? Happens in the coal mines. Fire damp. Okay, hang on just a sec. I'm going to just step out real quick. Talk to Mr. S. Just a minute. Just FYI, I'm doing it all verbal today, so
Yours is still not working?
not here either. So,
No?
so something's in my computer evidently, or something's going on.
I'll look at it.
Okay, that was just FYI. Excuse me. Okay, sorry for that interruption. Here we go. Next, okay. We're on our notes now. We are on page 7. The types of heat transfer. Okay. The 3 ways heat can flow are conduction, convection, and radiation. So letter B is convection. 3B, page 7, is convection. That's the heat transfer or the transfer of heat by moving fluids. So you got a pot on a stove. The movement of the water in the pot is creating the heat, the convection. It's causing all of it to warm up.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
I just want to say, you know how, the next one, number 3, and we only have to fill in the blank? Do you think we should just go through all the blanks and then you should, explain it? I think that might be easier.
I don't know what's easiest when it comes verbal. Let me just go do this because it's right there on my slide, and that way I don't have to backtrack and everything. But thank you. Good thought, though. Okay. So under convection, 3B1, the air or water flows from higher to lower areas. Okay, so always it's going from a higher to a lower with all this heat transfer. 3B2, the examples, you got the boiling water. We've all experienced that, okay? So I may move a little bit quicker with this so that, because you can't see the slides or anything. So, but basically, you know what's going on. It's moving from colder up to hotter, and it's just mixing up until all of it has a equilibrium of temperature. 3B3 would be your convection currents. Convection currents. These are currents within a fluid that's caused by the heat fluid rising and cooling. So it's the movement, it's the circular process that's going on inside those objects, convection currents. 3B, 3A would be your example. You got the heating of the room of the house. The heaters are around, and so it's moving the air around the house so that the whole room gets warm and not just one specific area, moving that air around. The other, 3B, one bracket. The three cells that are created by the unequal heating of different latitudes are Hadley cells, Ferrel cells. Okay, Hadley is Hadley cells. Ferrel cells, Ferrel cells, and the polar cells. These are the cells that are on the globe based upon the latitudes where they're located.
Feral is F-E-R-E-L-L?
Double R.
Double R, double L?
One L.
Okay. Sorry, thank you.
That's okay. And then two bracket, the two smaller scale winds that are caused by these convection currents are called the coastal breezes. So you have the sea breeze, which is A bracket, sea breeze, the daytime winds that blow from the sea to the land, and B bracket is the land breeze, nighttime winds that blow from the land to the sea. A bracket, sea breeze, B bracket, land breeze. Why they're called that is because where they're coming. So when you identify the direction of a wind, it's where it came from, not the direction it's going. So same thing with the breezes, coming from the land or coming from the sea. One if by land, two if by sea. And I on the opposite shore will be there to ride if needed be, to tell everybody that they're coming for me.
Bars.
Wait, what was that? I haven't seen there. Actual.
I was wondering if anybody would catch on. What? Paul Revere. Oh, I remember I just couldn't figure out what it else said. I just had to keep going with it. Okay, the third way, the third way that heat can flow is radiation. That's 3C, radiation. The transfer of energy as radiant energy, transfer heat without matter. Okay, so obviously radiation is coming from the sun, the heat from the sun. It's a much faster than conduction and convection. Okay, it travels at the speed of light. Radiation can pass through an object without heating it up because of its speed.
Bananas? You can use radiation? That's so high.
No, that's gas.
What?
I'm tired.
That little pile of bananas. Can I kill myself that way?
I don't know.
It's like a huge fat pile of bananas. Like ridiculously a lot.
Okay, the greenhouse and the atmospheric heating. Number one, you got that greenhouse constructed of glass to allow the radiation from the sun to enter it so that the plants can get their photosynthesis process going on. They heat the ground, the plants inside the greenhouse. Number three, much of the heat is released into the air inside the greenhouse, creating the convection currents that are going on inside the greenhouse. Outside, the air is quickly cooled by convection, but the closed greenhouse traps that convection currents inside so that the plants can stay warm. 5, this is what's called the greenhouse effect.
When you said it keeps the plants warm, did you just think of like the plants wrapping themselves in blankets too, or was that just me?
Just you. Okay, the greenhouse effect. So all this with the greenhouse is, and we had the greenhouse effect, and it's the same thing with the atmosphere. The atmosphere is trapping the sun's warmth so that the surface of the land, surface of the earth, stays at a moderate temperature, depends upon where it's at it on the globe. Applications of heat transfer. You have number 1, the vacuum bottles. We start with the Dewar flask, D-E-W-A-R, D-E-W-A-R, also called the vacuum bottle. Type of Dewar flask. These are your double-walled containers designed to minimize the transfer of heat. Okay, so basically this is a Dewar flask because it's the insulated sides. Okay, even though we call it a thermos, same principle going on. Okay. It was invented, 1A, 1 parentheses. It was invented by Sir James Dewar, D-E-W-A-R again, in the early 1890s. He was the first scientist to prepare hydrogen in liquid form. Sir James Dewar. Okay, number 2, the heating of the houses. Moving a little faster, but I think you're doing okay. Yuvia said she will.
She will be here?
Yeah.
What? No, you're playing.
Yuvia says I will, unless she's telling someone that she will.
Okay.
What are you laughing at? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not that I will because you are, I will do that. But then it becomes I do. I'm just kidding, Yuvia, okay? But she just said I will several times, so I will. Okay, I got the message, okay?
Have we done
Okay.
5 yet?
I need help.
5.
We're on trapping of the sun's warmth.
We're just
Shoot.
applications 2, heating homes.
Greenhouse effect. Thank you.
Okay. Application heating homes. Okay. Elijah says he's here. Elijah, can you, because you left early, can you indicate on the chat whether you're going to participate in the Secret Santa next Friday or not? Just say I will or I am or something like that on the chat, okay? So I can see it. We'll fill out a card for you because they want to draw names, okay? So just let me know, and I'll relay that to whoever's doing it. Okay, so heating homes. It happens in one of 2 ways, basically. 2A, would be your hot water heating systems. Hot water heating systems. This is a system of warming a room by convection currents. Okay? Hot water heating systems. Okay? With this, and we all have this in our home to some extent. Some have different types of things, but a boiler, water boiler, okay, the water tank that all your water is coming from, heats water to temperatures between 71 Celsius or 160 degrees and 82 Celsius or 180 degrees. So, Doug, what'd you say? It is very hot. Okay.
I am saying that in the
I don't know what page. We are on applications.
Doug, like who?
Shh. Adrian, you asked a question. I'm answering it. We're on wherever it is in your notes, applications of heat transfer. Number 2, heating homes. Letter A, hot water heating systems.
We're on page 9.
Okay, page 9. Okay, number 3, parentheses, the hot fluid is pumped through pipes that are connected to radiators. Radiators is what radiates that heat to the various rooms of the house. Radiators. It's like the radiator of a car. Water goes into the radiator pumps the water through the car, allowing the engine to get that moisture, the hot water going there, okay? And if you've ever had to take off the cap of a radiator, better be very careful because you will get burned if you're not, okay? It is extreme. It's just like a radiator of a home, okay? Cool air enters the radiator at floor level and then is warmed by the conduction. Letter B, the forced warm air systems. Forced warm air systems. Forced, F-O-R-C-E-D. Forced warm air systems.
Is that B?
Yes.
Forced warm air system?
Forced warm air systems. They're used for central heating in America. Systems warm air in a furnace, then generates the heat from the burning fossil fuels like oil and natural gas or from electricity. Going down to number 4, heated air from the furnace is blown through the ducts to enter the rooms called registers. Okay, so in your home along the edge, periodically you'll have this vent type thing. That's called a register, which allows the warm air to come in. Okay, then it circulates to the top and pulls the cold air down and just circulates around with the convection currents. Okay, okay, now that is it for this lesson. 6.53. So here's what I would like you to do. We got in class here about 13 minutes left. DLs, my apologies again. I just cannot get organized enough to do this. I want you to do quiz 11 today. But DLs, here's what I'm going to do with you guys, because I have it all right here. Tomorrow, and I wanted to make sure I mentioned this anyway, tomorrow in the office, I will have a little packet of information or papers for you, okay? Inside the class here, be working on quiz 11, okay? It is open book. DLs, jumping back and forth, sorry. I've got 3 things that I want you to pick up from the office, and you probably should pick it up tomorrow if you absolutely can. If not, Monday at the latest, because next week's going to be kind of a busy week getting things done. So I'm going to have quiz 11, so I'll have a copy for you. I have quiz 12, which we're going to do next week, open book. And then I have test 4, I think it is, which I want to start that on Wednesday, okay? Quiz 4.
I made one for you here.
Okay,
That should be here.
okay. I want to start the test on Wednesday. Thursday, I want to do it is, the test is open book. And on your test, DLs, I have the pages already written down for you. So I won't give you the screen. In class, we'll use the screen for that, hopefully. But I'll have those in the office by tomorrow. So either pick them up tomorrow, definitely on Monday, so that you can get these all done, etc. Okay? We're still going to be doing 6.2, 6.3, and I don't know if it's 6.4 or not. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. No. Got a 6.4. So we'll do some of those 6.3 and 4 or whatever's next week. But for tonight, guys, class, 6.2 was scheduled to be your homework. Hey, 6.2 was scheduled to be homework. Work on it, okay? I'm not going to require it as homework tonight. I want you to get the quiz done first, okay? So quiz 11, DLs, work on 6.2. That's just going to help you out a little bit better. And then class will do 6.2, 3, and 4 here as we go along the next few days, okay? So Homework tonight is just mainly to finish quiz 11. Okay? DL, sorry for the confusion. Hope you got everything. Good to see that you all signed up. Chat on the chat list. And so if I don't have a packet for you in the office, make sure that you check with me so that make sure you get that, okay? Take care. Have a good day. Enjoy the sunshine. Okay? Get some of that radiation from the sun. Warm your system up. See you later.
You can ask it in a minute. All right, welcome to Algebra 1. We're going to get started here real quick. On the screen is a list of important things coming up over this next week. Next week being the last week before Christmas break. And so just real quick, we do have academics all the way through Thursday of next week. So you guys got to be prepared for that. Be ready to go. So here's what's coming up tomorrow. You guys will have practice 3.6 blue due. 3.6 blue due. That's hard to say. Okay. As well as quiz 11 over 3.6. Okay, so you're going to have that tomorrow. All right. Gentlemen, it would help if you were here 3 minutes ago. All right, so tomorrow you're going to have that assignment due, and then you're going to have a quiz over today's lesson. So if I were you, I'd be paying very close attention today. Then I'm going to finish opening the webcam shutter because that looks really weird having that little thing there. Anyway, moving on. Then Monday, you will have the review due on pages 121 to 122. And then at that point, I'll assign the next review, which is review of algebraic representation. That will be due on Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday of next week is test 3, which is a chapter 1 through 3 test because it's technically the quarter exam. Obviously, we are very behind when it comes to that. However, we kind of knew that was going to happen. So not a big deal. Just mentioning it. I have made it open book because it is a cumulative test, and I don't like cumulative math tests on principle. Because these can be longer, if you need time to work on it during study hall, you're welcome to do that in addition to the 2 days in class you'll have. Okay? So that should give you guys plenty of time to take the test. No? Ever. Not until chapter 10. In theory. Okay. I can dream. I would like to get to chapter 10 because chapter 10 is statistics, and this one, like, math gets really interesting. Starting with chapter 10. All right, so we're going to be done. Shush. Okay. Silence. Excuse me. Third time now. Zip it. Thank you. Now, that is all the important due dates and test dates coming up before Christmas break. Take a minute, write them down. Distance learners, I'll be back in a minute. Thank you. All right, let's get out our textbooks. We're on page 115. Page 115 of our textbooks, we're talking about parallel and perpendicular lines. You can tell whether two lines are parallel or perpendicular without ever graphing them. Okay? We can tell it purely mathematically based on their slopes. Okay? So we can create a parallel or perpendicular line without having to get out a protractor. Okay? Does it, like, just purely by math. Okay, so here we go. First of all, let's minimize this. There's a way to, there we go. Just close that for now. And Adriana, this is your final warning before I just remove you from class, because it's multiple times now. Thank you. All right, so parallel lines, two lines in the same plane are parallel if they do not intersect. For two lines to not intersect, they must rise or fall at the same rate. If one line moves up 3 units and right 1 unit, the other line must follow exactly, or the two lines will intersect at some point. In other words, the two lines must have the same slope. In addition, the two lines must have different y-intercepts, or also it would be coincident, which is fancy speak for the same line. Okay? First of all, basically, if the two slopes are equal, then the two lines are parallel. Okay? So for parallel, we have to have equal slopes. Okay? That's the math way of writing it. Okay? Line 1 then is parallel to line 2.
Okay, so why do we have two slopes?
We have two different equations, dude.
That's why we have two slopes.
Yep. All right, so let's look at example A. All right, example A. We are told to determine if lines 1 and 2 are parallel here. So line 1 is y is equal to negative 4x plus 2, and line 2 is y is equal to negative 4x minus 5. So based on these equations, are my slopes equal? Yes, the slopes match. Negative 4 equals negative 4. Okay? So because negative 4 equals negative 4, again, we're on page 115. Okay? Because negative 4 equals negative 4, these two are parallel lines, and we know they're not the same line because they have different y-intercepts. Okay? If both these were also the same number, we'd just have the same equation twice. And that, do you guys see how that would be an issue?
Okay, so question. So that's parallel. Right?
Yes.
So you know if it's parallel if two the same, like 2 points.
Because these two are equal.
Yeah. So you know it's already parallel if it's equal.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. And B.
So are we just trying to tell if they're parallel or not?
It's going to get deeper than that, but yes. For right now.
So just right now.
Yes. Yep. So B, we have line 1 where y is equal to, oh goodness, I can't read that from here. 5 halves x minus 1. And line 2 is y is equal to 1/5 x minus 2. So, question, are these two parallel?
No.
No, because these are different numbers.
The perpendicular.
I got a question.
That's it. That's all that's to it. Now, we're going to do more with it, but for the test, yeah, that's it.
So that's perpendicular.
Yeah, as long as you already solved for y. Does that make sense? Once it's solved for y, because of slope-intercept form, we can just look.
So what if it's not solved for y?
Then you solve it for y real quick.
And then
Yeah.
let me tell you. And there'll be two equations for y, right?
Well, yeah, because there's going to be two equations always given. Like, you're going to have two lines.
Yeah. So pretty much if it's labeled like that equation, you already know if it's parallel
Yeah.
or perpendicular.
Yep. We'll talk about perpendicular in a minute. Just because it's not parallel, by the way, does not mean it's perpendicular. Okay? Because this is not perpendicular, but it certainly isn't parallel. Does that make sense? So you can have in between.
Perpendicular is crossing.
Perpendicular is exact 90-degree angles. So like this, they're still crossing, so they're not parallel, but they're not perpendicular. We just say they're neither at that point.
90 degrees.
Yeah, it's fine.
90.
Okay, stop. Okay. Yes.
Alright, so with the negative 4, that's the slope. And
Yes, because slope-intercept form.
Yeah, and if they're the same, they're parallel.
Yes.
What about the ones on the right?
Those have to be different. Otherwise, you have the same line.
Oh, like
Because if this were also plus 2, we'd have the exact same line. And that's a problem.
so the second number is just like so it's a different.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is where you start from. This is where you start from, so they need to be different starting points. Because then they're parallel. If they're the same starting point and parallel, it's the same line. All right, moving on to example B. All right, example B is a bit more involved in the fact that they're not already solved for y. Okay, so to answer the one question. So line 1 is 3x plus 2y equals 6. Let's make sure we're not talking. And line 2 is 9x plus 6y is equal to 12. Okay. Actually, yeah, we're good. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're just going to solve for the y-intercept on both of them. Whoops, I am blocking the screen. Hold on. Where's the other one? There we go. All right, moving myself out of the way for the distance learners. All right, so we're just going to solve for y. So we end up with 2y is equal to negative 3x plus 6, right? Okay, because we're just subtracting 3x from both sides. Okay. Then we're going to we're going to divide both sides by 2. So y will equal negative 3 over 2x plus 3, because 6 divided by 2 is 3. When we divide a whole side of an equation, we have to divide every single term. Okay? So there's one. Line 2 then, we're going to have 6y is equal to negative 9x plus 12. Okay? Because we're just subtracting 9x from both sides. Divide both sides by 6. And y is equal to negative 9 over 6 becomes 3 over 2 when you reduce. Hold on, we're not sure of that yet. Plus 12 over 6, which is 2. Okay, so we have, are the slopes the same?
Yes.
Are they different starting points?
No.
Yes, 2 and 3 are different.
Oh, I meant yeah.
Okay, so then they are parallel.
So the parallel of the slope.
But it's 2y equals 3.
So the parallel of the slope is
What is happening to my tablet? I think this thing's finally dying.
Yeah, see, wait.
Yeah, because it I lifted up the pen, but it didn't stop clicking.
Yeah, wait. Scuba, scrap.
Yeah, I think this whole tablet's dying. It just has to make it this year.
that's how it happens.
Wait, stress. What do you get the negative 3 over 2 from? 2 divided by 3u. Yeah. Oh, okay. Magic.
I just didn't show it, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want improper fractions or mixed numbers, so he just
I want improper, I don't want mixed numbers.
mixed numbers.
Yeah. All right, let's move on here. Guys, listen up.
That's right.
Okay? Anyone, are we good? Can I move on? Okay.
That's nice. Get the fractions. Oh, you're good.
Okay, well, you're going to have to get used to it because there's a lot of it in this course. All right, example C. All right, L1. Let's say we didn't know the equation, but we could identify key points that it went through. Okay, so in line 1, we have the points 2, 3, and negative 4, 5. And line 2 is 1, 7, and 4, 8. Okay, we know that both those lines pass through those 2 points. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is all we need to do then is solve for slope. Okay, so we could go through and find an equation, right? We have slope-intercept form, okay? Or point-slope form, that's what I'm trying to say, and then we could solve. But I don't need the whole equation. All I need to start all I need to know is, are the slopes the same? Because if they're not the same, it's not going to be parallel anyway, okay? If they are the same, then I probably want to plug it in, make sure that they're not the same line, okay? So let's just go and plug in m equals y2, y minus y1, over x2 minus x1. So y2 is 5, y1 is 3, x2 is negative 4, x1 is positive 2, but minus is in the thing. So the slope of the first line is going to be 5 minus 3, which is 2, over negative 4 minus 2, which is negative 6. So we get negative 1/3. All right, does that make sense? All right, on the other one. All right, so y2 is going to be 8, y1 is going to be 7, x2 is going to be 4, x1 is going to be 1. I think you guys can already tell we're already going to be in trouble because we're not going to end up with a negative. Okay, but 8 minus 7 is 1, 4 minus 1 is 3, and are those the same?
Yeah.
No. One's negative, the other is positive, so they're not the same, so this is not parallel.
I did not see that little dash.
Okay? By the way, the symbol for parallel is this, so anytime you're required to write the word parallel, you can just write that. And then if you want not parallel, ready? Ready? You just do that. Okay? So you guys can save yourself a lot of writing.
You know what's funny? In parallel, there's two L's by each other, so.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, moving on.
For some reason, I used that as a help.
Okay. Now let's look at how we can apply this. Ricky, be quiet. Thank you. Drive me nuts. All right. Example D. All right. We are told to find the equation of line that passes through point 1, 2, okay, and is parallel to 3x plus 4y equals 6. Okay. So we're given a line that we want a parallel line to, but it needs to pass through the point 1, 2. Does that make sense? Okay, so what's going to be my first step, you think? What? Okay. First step is going to be solve for y so we can find our slope. Okay? Because all I need is for my slope to match, and then I have point slope form, so I can just plug that all in the equation. Okay. Pencils down and watch, and then you guys can copy it down in the end. Okay? Otherwise, you guys are going to be confused like the whole section. Okay? So this is one of those you need to see what I'm doing. All right, so let's solve for y first. So we're going to have 4y equals negative 3x plus 6. Divide both sides by 4. Y is equal to negative 3/4 x plus 6 over 4, which is 3/2. Okay, this is my slope. Okay? So I'm just going to bring that over to point slope form. The only thing I do with the original equation is find the slope. That's all I care about. Past that, nothing else gets brought with me. So I'm going to set up the parallel line equation. Just let me finish and then I'll take questions. Okay? I'm going to set up my point slope form. Y minus y1 is equal to m times x minus x1. So I'm going to plug in the point I was given. So y1 is 2. I'm going to steal the slope from the first line, and then x1 is 1. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay? I'm taking this, plugging it in here, but using this point.
And then you're distributing the 3.
Okay? And then we solve like normal. So we get y minus 2 is equal to negative 3/4 x plus 3/4. We're going to add 2 to both sides. Y is going to equal negative 3/4 x, and then 2 would be 8 over 4, right? So, yeah, 2 is 8 over 4. 4 goes into 8 2 times. Yeah, I'm making a, no, I'm just rewriting 2 so that it's 8 over 4 so I can add. So then 8 plus 3 is? 11. So we have plus 11 over 4 because we need common denominators in order to add.
Wait, but it's negative 3. Negative 4.
What's the problem? Oh, no, here it's positive because negative times a negative is make sense? Okay. So that is the equation of my line. You're like, they're not the same. They're not supposed to be. All right, does that make sense? Does everyone understand what just happened?
Genuinely thought you made a mistake, 'cause I don't know where you got the negative 3 from on the left.
There you go.
Wait, why did you just subtract negative?
What's your question?
Oh,
We have to subtract 3x from both sides of the equation because that's the only way to get it out from the left side. We're solving for y.
And this is parallel.
why would it be a negative?
Huh?
Why is it a negative?
Why is what a negative? I'm sorry.
3.
The 3? Again, it's positive 3 at the beginning, right? How do you undo a positive 3? Yeah, it's negative 3x. I'm subtracting 3x from both sides of my equation. What are you talking about?
She's saying, like, why do we keep the negative 3? Can't we just subtract with 3 with 6?
No, they're not like terms.
Yeah.
You can't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see the whole like terms thing.
Okay, you good?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, no, you can't do that. Okay. All right, we good? Okay. So this is my answer. Okay, my answer is that line. So help me, I will one day be able to circle an answer without cutting it off. All right, today is not that day though. All right, that's the benefit of this, is so I can create a parallel line wherever I want now through point slope form.
So is that parallel or not?
Yeah, we just created a parallel line. We have negative 3/4 and negative 3/4. They're parallel. Yes? When I added 2 to both sides here, okay, 2 is 8/4. I made it a common denominator so I can add. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. I was also learning that too.
Guys, that's what I was saying the whole time. All right. Yeah, no, we have to have equivalent denominator, or the same denominator in order to add fractions. So I was making the same denominator. Okay. Moving on, perpendicular lines are lines that intersect to form 90-degree angles. Here's the rule for it, okay? It's going to look weird. You're going to have to live with it. M1 is going to have to equal, be quiet, negative 1 over M2. It has to be the negative reciprocal. And I'm sorry, did you guys finish copying down the other thing? Is that what you were saying? Sorry, my bad. There you go. Finish up writing this, and then I'll move on to perpendicular. Sorry. Finish up writing this. Okay, guys, we got to go. All right, let's go ahead and move on to perpendicular because we need to finish this today. All right, so perpendicular. Essentially, we end up with this, or if we were to multiply together the two slopes, we should get negative 1, okay? You need the negative reciprocal. Okay, I'm going to say that phrase a lot so it locks into your brain. What does negative mean? You put a negative in front. What does reciprocal mean? It means you flip it. Okay? So if you had 3/4, now you have negative 4/3.
Why don't you say you do a negative flip?
Because the mathematical term for that is reciprocal. I'm just using the term. I'm okay with that. All right, so this will mean line 1 is perpendicular to line 2. This is the symbol for perpendicular. Okay? We good?
Yeah.
Cool. Example E, because guys, you need to stop talking. There is 15 minutes left of class, actually a little less than that now. Okay, we have to finish this today. I do not have a choice. Zip it. Okay, example E. We have line 1. Okay, we're going to do kind of like what we did at the beginning of the last section. Okay, just going to go through it. We have y equals negative 5/6x plus 1. In line 2, we have y is equal to 6/5 x minus 3. Okay, are these the negative opposites of each other?
Yes.
Or negative reciprocals? Yes. Yes, they are. So this is perpendicular. Check. Okay, does that make sense?
All we have to do is just put that underlined T. Upside down.
Yeah, that means perpendicular.
So perpendiculars are reversed then.
Yeah, they are both negative and flipped.
Both negative and flipped. Gotcha.
Okay, if it's only one or the other, it's not good enough. So brings us to part B, line 1, y equals 1/2 x plus 2. Line 2 is that y is equal to negative 1/2 x minus 5. Are these two lines perpendicular?
No.
No.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
You said they both have to be negative on A.
No, I'm saying the one has to be opposite sign from the other. Okay, if you take the negative of a negative, what do you get?
Positive.
Positive. So yes, we have, as long as you have opposite signs, you're good.
Okay.
Opposite signs and it's flipped.
Gotcha. Why are we using an upside down T instead of the lines in the cross now?
What are you talking about?
Like,
This is perpendicular. This is different from parallel.
oh, parallels, I.
Make sense? Perpendicular is when you create right angles.
Oh,
Good? Hence the symbol. All right.
let's make sure.
All right, let's go on to example F. Okay, what happens if they're not already solved for y? Okay, this is going to feel very similar to the parallel thing. The only difference is how you check it. Does that make sense? Or what you're checking for. So example F, we have line 1 being x minus 3y equals negative 2. We have line 2 where it is 3x plus y equals negative 1. Okay, so we're going to solve both of them for y. So we're going to have negative x minus 2 because we're subtracting x from both sides. Okay, we're going to divide both sides by negative 3. And we get y equals 1/3 x. Notice the negative of a negative becomes positive. Plus 2/3 x. Or sorry, 2/3. Negative of a negative makes a positive again. Okay, does that make sense?
So you make them all into a fraction.
What in the world are you talking about, man? Well, I didn't just make them into a fraction. I'm solving for y. They became a fraction as a result. I'm not trying to force a fraction. Does that make sense? We're just solving for y, the same as we've been doing all year. All right, I'm going to keep going because this shouldn't be new. All right, then here we're going to subtract 3x from both sides. Y equals negative 3x minus 1. All right, and that's it. That was easy. All right, notice no fractions.
It's easy for you because you're smart.
All we did was subtract one thing from both sides. It's easy. All right. So we have y equals negative 3x plus or minus 1. Keep in mind this can be written as over 1. So are these in fact perpendicular? Yes, I have negative opposites. Okay. It may not be obvious until you put it over 1, but it's very clear that 3 over 1 is flipped from 1/3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we can always put a whole number over 1.
Yeah, but question.
And then the signs are opposite, yes.
On the right thing, it's 2 over 3 though.
They have to be different.
Okay.
If they're the same, you have the same line.
Okay.
Then they're not perpendicular or parallel. Like, does that make sense? Like that number doesn't matter as long as they're different.
So that's not perpendicular.
What? This is perpendicular. What are you talking about? This is perpendicular. All you're comparing is the slopes. If the slopes are negative opposites, you're done. We don't even have to worry about them accidentally being the same line actually with perpendicular. I just realized that.
But those aren't.
They don't need to be. Austin. It is flipped. 1/3 versus 3 over 1 is flipped. 1 over 3 and 3 over 1 are upside down from each other. You're like arguing with me that they're not flipped. They are very clearly flipped. This is flipped compared to this. This has nothing to do with anything. Stop looking at it. Still, whole section. Thank you. Okay. You're bringing up numbers that are not relevant to the discussion. All right? Pay attention to what we're saying here. Okay? So, let's move on to G. Oh my goodness. All right, we have example 3.6G. We have line 1, which passes through 3, negative 1, and negative 1, 2. We have line 2, which passes through 3, 2, and negative, whoops, there should be a comma, negative 3, negative 6. Okay? All we're doing here is looking for slopes, seeing if they're negative inverses of each other. Okay? So, we're just going to plug in m equals y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. This should look very familiar, guys. So m is equal to y2, which is 2, y1, negative 1, x2 is negative 1, and x1 is 3. Okay? Negative of a negative becomes positive, so that gets taken care of there. 2 plus 1 is? 3, and negative 1 minus 3 is? Negative 4, which means we have negative 3/4. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah. All right, now let's take care of the other one. We have, here, let me do this. All right, so let's plug in. We have y2, which is negative 6, minus y1, which is 2, x2, which is negative 3, and minus x1, which is positive 3. But again, negative is in the formula. So it's negative 6 minus 2. Negative 8, good. Negative 3 minus 3.
6.
Negative 6. Okay? So first of all, negative over negative becomes positive, and let's reduce. This becomes 4 over 3. Are these two lines perpendicular?
Yes.
Yes. We have reciprocals. They are opposite signs.
So they're what again?
They are perpendicular.
Reciprocals are perpendicular. Got it.
Yeah, we're going to go right to it. All right. We good?
Plus 8 to go to, like, plus 8 and plus 6, like you're positive 8 and positive 6 on the right side at the bottom, so you get to go to 4/3.
We reduce the fraction.
Oh, I thought I was sure.
Okay. Example H, let's get some practice with negative reciprocals so you guys are kind of familiar how to do it. Okay, what would be the negative reciprocal of 3/4? Whoops. Negative 4 over 3. Yes, you take the opposite sign and you flip it. For B, what would be the negative reciprocal of negative 1/2?
2 over 1 equals 2.
Simply 2, yes. Okay. For C, we could also write this as 2 over 1. For C, we have 3. What's the negative reciprocal of this? Negative 1 over 3, thank you. I had like half answers from both sides. Okay, you have to change the sign and you have to flip the fraction. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah. Great, that's good practice for example I. Whoops. We have 3x plus 4y equals 6, and we're supposed to find something that's perpendicular to that. Whoops, let me move that over. But passing through point 1, 2. And again, we're looking for a perpendicular. You will notice this is the exact same point and equation of example D. Okay, so it's the exact same problem, except now instead of finding the parallel line, we're going to find a perpendicular line. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, so we're still going to start out like normal, and we're going to solve for y. So subtract 3x from both sides, which cannot combine. Okay, I'm going to just show this again for review. So 4y equals negative 3x plus 6. Divide both sides by 4. Y equals negative 3/4 x plus 6 over 4, which reduces down to 3 over 2. Okay, this is my slope, negative 3 over 4. Right? Okay. So what slope am I going to use then in my new equation?
Point slope.
Well, yes, but what? I can't use the same slope because that's parallel. How do I change this to what I need? Nope, just the negative 3/4. What do I do to it?
Flip it.
I flip it and change the sign. So what's the opposite of negative? Positive. How do I flip 3/4? 4/3. So the new slope I'm going to use is 4/3 because I'm looking for the perpendicular. Does that make sense? Okay. So then I'm going to plug it into y minus y1 is equal to m times x minus x1. Okay. Y minus the y value we're given is equal to 4/3 times x minus the x we're given. Okay. Again, the only difference here is that it's 4/3, not negative 3/4. Okay. Because it's based on whether we're looking for parallel or perpendicular. You have to pay attention to it. All right. So we have y minus 2. I'll take questions at the end. Y minus 2 is equal to 4/3 x minus 4/3. We're going to add 2 to both sides. Let's make sure, guys, we are still in class. I need you guys to head back out, please. No, you guys just walked in.
From outside.
Okay,
In from outside.
guys, I do not have time to argue with you about it. Out.
Wow. Our class is being
Okay, so we have 4/3 x, and we need to combine this 4 over 3 and negative 2, or positive 2, right? Okay, in order to do that, it has to have a common denominator. So how would I make 2 something over 3?
flip it.
2 over. Wait,
Yes, and I get?
We get 12 over.
Nope. So he's right. We do multiply it by 3 over 3. Essentially, then we're going to get 6/3. 2 times 3 is 6. Good? Okay. So we're just making common denominators so we can take care of the fractions. Okay? What's 6 minus 4? Okay, so we have positive 2/3 at the end. This is our final answer. Okay, and that is this section. All right, homework. You guys have practiced 3.6 blue problems. Practice 3.6 blue problems. Hey guys, I cannot stress this enough. Keep in mind, this is also a video. Okay? Go back tonight if you need to have it slower and watch it at like half speed. Okay? Because I know I went fast, but it's 1:19. I literally have 57 seconds of class left. All right? So that's why we were going so quick. I do apologize for that, but we had to get this done. So, be quiet, please. All right, practice 3.6 blue problems due tomorrow. You have quiz 11 tomorrow over this. Okay? If you have questions on your homework, ask them at the beginning of class, and I'll answer them before the quiz. All right? Past that, if you guys get stuck tonight, seriously, send me a text, email, something. I can try to help. I can't give a ton of help. Again, go back and rewatch it. Look at your examples. Huh? I will do what I can, but honestly, I don't know if that's going to be a thing. All right? No. All right. Any questions?
No, that's not creepy at all.
Yeah.
Where did you get the 6 over 3 from?
Again, we're just taking 2 and making it something over 3.
Oh, so you're just doing 12.
All I'm doing is making an equivalent fraction. I'm taking 2 over 1, multiplying by 3 over 3. So that way I can actually combine like terms of those fractions, because we have to have common denominators. You can't add a whole number to a fraction. Does that make sense? Well, I mean, you can, but you know what? We're not getting into that. All right, I will see you guys later. Have a great day. Yes, bell rang. Whoops, I accidentally.